manner that made him uncomfortable. They were addressed allegations of forcing a young man
my bed. And what the hell I do? Y'all too damn nosy, worried about what I'm doing in my bed. Hell, the people who know what's going on in my bed, they know what the hell going on with my bed. And what the hell I do in it.
Interesting story. Dwight Howard accused of forcing himself on a man. Doesn't deny the encounter.
But Harper then claims Howard surprised him by introducing him to a man dressed as a woman. Harper said the man called himself Kitty.
The Dwight Howard coming out saga is getting more insane by the day, and just after Dwight publicly addressed allegations of forcing a young man into a threesome, rumors appeared that Dwight had been attending alleged all-men parties with the likes of Diddy and Will Smith. So in case you missed out on this drama, back in July 2021, NBA star Dwight Howard was accused by a man of essaying him at Dwight's home and forcing him into a threesome with another man dressed as a woman. Now, Dwight has finally addressed these allegations, and though he didn't deny having an encounter with the two men, he claimed everything was consensual. However, the court documents filed by the alleged victim claim otherwise, and Dwight is now facing a civil lawsuit in Georgia. Meanwhile, more wild rumors about Dwight appeared on social media, with some sources claiming that Dwight is part of a secret Hollywood club where high-profile industry men take advantage of much younger guys. As you probably know, Diddy and Will Smith were previously accused of something similar, and fans are now speculating that this rabbit hole is much deeper than it appears. But what exactly did Dwight reveal about his encounters with men? Did these encounters really involve other high-profile celebrities? Let's break it down.
Oh shoot, y'all heard about that? Dwight, they said Dwight was in a text message and a guy. Who cares? Who cares who I was text messaging? You just mad because I want text messaging. Yo, ugly ass.
Dwight Howard is facing a lawsuit over allegations that he essayed a young man at his home. And though Dwight has now fired back at these allegations, claiming that people are weird for worrying about his sexuality, fans are saying this isn't about Dwight being gay, and it's about the crimes he may have committed. According to court documents obtained by Radar Online, Dwight met his alleged victim, Stephen Harper, on social media in May 2021. They reportedly started exchanging flirty messages, and in his lawsuit, Stephen claims that Dwight told him he was into, quote, freaky stuff, and asked for Stephen to send him explicit photos. In his response to the lawsuit, Dwight admitted that he exchanged texts with Stephen between May 2021 to July 2021, several of which included sexually explicit content, such as photographs and videos. What happened next is that Dwight invited Stephen to his home on July 19, 2021, and Stephen submitted text messages and an Uber receipt from that day to prove he visited Dwight's house. In response to Stephen's complaint, Dwight admitted they went to his bedroom, took off their clothes, and in his words, engaged in consensual kissing. However, in his lawsuit, Stephen claims that as they were kissing, another man suddenly came into the bedroom. According to Stephen, this man was dressed as a woman and said his name was Kitty. Stephen alleges that Dwight told him he wanted them to have a threesome with Kitty. However, Stephen refused because that wasn't what he had signed up for. Stephen then watched as Kitty started performing a sexual act on Dwight, but he didn't want to participate. But then, according to Stephen, Dwight started touching him in a manner that made him uncomfortable. Stephen claims that he asked Dwight to stop, but Dwight responded that he was, quote, going to do whatever, and Stephen was going to like it. Stephen's lawsuit alleges that Dwight stood up, towering over Stephen, grabbed him by the thighs, forcibly removed his underwear, held him down, and performed non-consensual act on him. The lawsuit reads, Mr. Harper was in fear of imminent bodily harm when he was pinned down and forced to remain in place, while defendant continued to essay him. According to Stephen, Dwight then forced him to perform the same act on him, and he said that when he tried to call an Uber after the incident, Dwight didn't let him, and instead made Kitty take him home. Stephen's lawsuit accuses Dwight of assault, battery, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and false imprisonment. Now, in his response, Dwight denied that Stephen was surprised by Kitty, and he said that plaintiff was aware Kitty would also be arriving at the home prior to plaintiff even arriving at defendant's home. Dwight admitted that Kitty was a man dressed as a woman, and he also admitted that he, Stephen, and Kitty engaged in intimate acts. However, he claimed it was all consensual. Dwight also denied essaying Stephen, and he's now demanding that the entire lawsuit be thrown out. But that's not all. Dwight's accuser, Stephen, also claims that this man by the name of Kitty threatened him as he drove him home after the Stephen's lawsuit states that, according to Harper, Kitty advised him to keep everything a secret or someone will put a bullet in his head. However, what's even more disturbing is that, according to documents obtained by Radar Online, while the alleged attack on Stephen was taking place in Dwight's bedroom, at least one of Dwight's 5 children was sleeping in another part of the house. As for Dwight, besides denying he SA'd Stephen, he also addressed the speculations about his sexuality in an Instagram Live and criticized fans for being nosy and weird.
Y'all worried about who people spend their time with. Whatever I'm doing in my bedroom is my damn business. Whatever you doing in your bedroom is your damn business. That ain't for everybody. Y'all too damn nosy, worried about what I'm doing in my bed. Hell, the people who know what's going on in my bed, they know what the hell going on with my bed and what the hell I do in it. That ain't for everybody on the internet. That ain't for no blogs. That ain't for no websites. I don't gotta tell nobody where I put my wood at, since y'all wanna get to it. That ain't nobody business where I put my head. Y'all just weird. If you wanna know what people doing in their bedroom or who they messing with and sleeping with, you are weird. You're the weird one. Oh shoot, y'all heard about that? Dwight, they said Dwight was in a text message on a guy. Who cares? Who cares who I was text messaging? You just mad because I want text messaging yo ugly ass.
Now, Dwight is definitely right about people obsessing over what others do in their bedrooms, because as long as everything is between consenting adults, it's no one's business. However, this is clearly much more serious than that, because Dwight is being accused of SA, and as a public figure, people are saying they have the right to know if Dwight committed a crime. Another fan wrote, far too many people are concerned with the wrong thing about the Dwight Howard situation. Could care less about his sexual preferences, but the guy clearly SA'd that person, and that should be the headline story. Meanwhile, several industry figures have spoken out on these allegations. Among them was Diddy's former bad boy artist, Mace, who seemingly suggested that Dwight is gaslighting the public by claiming it's no one's business what he does in his bedroom.
You hear stats saying this, because what people do in their bedroom, that's between them. Not necessarily true. You know, and when it comes down to making money off the story, it matters. When it comes down to who dating you is gonna matter. If you're gonna be in the locker room with them, it matters. Because there's about 30 teams that did not sign Dwight Howard because it matters. So let's dispel that. That's the first thing we gotta dispel. The second thing is that is consensual. It's never consensual if you surprise somebody. Consensual is agreeing beforehand on what's gonna happen. If it's not agreed to beforehand, it's not consensual. Young guys need to know this, young ladies need to know this. It's not consensual if it's not agreed to beforehand.
Now, on top of all this, unconfirmed rumors also popped up online that Dwight belongs to an alleged Hollywood club, where high-profile men organize parties with much younger guys. As you probably know, Diddy, Will Smith, and Dwayne Wade have all faced similar allegations, and Jaguar Wright previously claimed that young men have left Will and Jada's house screaming and traumatized.
And young men have left their house screaming to get away from them in their mentorship. Meek Mills, Bashir Gray, left that house screaming. All of these motherfuckers be doing all of this wild. They ain't doing as much, I guess, now because they're getting older. I guess it just moved over to the Wade house.
As for Diddy, Jaguar alleged that with powerful men like Diddy, it's not so much about sexuality and being in the closet as it is about having control over someone.
Why would you leave the door unlocked? He said, I'll do whatever the I want to do in my building. And I just don't know. He was like, it's power, see? I can make a man, he said, if I can make a man suck I can make people do anything for money. That's what you said, Puff, about Christopher Williams sucking it for a demo deal. And you cut him a check.
To be clear, there's no concrete evidence that this is what Dwight Howard has been doing. However, fans on social media are speculating that all these Hollywood men are connected because these allegations have been following them around for years. Dwight Howard must have went to those Diddy parties, one fan said. And another fan added, in 2023, no reasonable person should be denouncing anyone's sexual identity. But, if true, I have an issue with anyone using their social status or wealth to intimidate others. But how do you feel about Dwight's response to the allegations? And do you think there's a deeper issue here surrounding coercion and control in Hollywood? Comment down below, and then check out this next video.
I felt like I had so much to prove to myself because I was coming from such a humongous group and a humongous movement of pop music.
But for Britney Spears, she had actress Michelle Williams narrate her book. And I tell you, I hollered when I heard Michelle Williams making fun of Justin Timberlake's black scent.
Walking our way was a guy with a huge blinged out medallion. He was flanked by 2 giant security guards. Jay got all excited and said so loud, "Oh yeah, faux shiz, genuine. What's up, homie?"
Justin Timberlake has finally responded after Britney Spears exposed him in her new book for acting black and being a culture vulture. However, his response did not help his case at all. Britney's long-awaited memoir, The Woman in Me, is officially out, and it's full of bombshells about Justin, who spent years painting himself as a victim and using Britney's struggles to further his own career. After exposing him for cheating and pressuring her into getting an abortion, Britney also revealed that Justin would also use a fake accent in front of black people. Now, we could maybe chalk this up to Justin being young and not knowing better if he also hasn't shown us more than once that he's willing to throw black artists under the bus to save his own back. We all know how he allowed Janet Jackson to get demonized after that Super Bowl incident, and this happened after Justin pretty much copied everything he could from Janet's brother Michael. And we also can't forget that Pharrell previously admitted almost all songs on Justin's first album were MJ rejects. Well, Britney's back to remind us about all of this and more, and Justin's response just made him look even more guilty. Let's break it down.
But I just knew it needed to have that attitude.
So Justin Timberlake really said what goes around comes back around, not knowing it really would. Justin spent years taking advantage of Britney's silence while she was under conservatorship, and used her name to advance his own career. But that era is finally over, and Britney is now telling her side of the story. Among many bombshells that Britney revealed in her new memoir about her relationship with Justin, she also exposed him for being a culture vulture. Of course, the most glaring example of this was the 2004 Super Bowl incident, when Justin performed with Janet Jackson and ripped her dress. Now, whether this incident was staged or not is irrelevant, because the way Justin behaved after the incident showed his true character. The media was brutal to Janet, and everyone blamed her for supposedly offending the public, while Justin painted himself as the victim and complained that the incident caused him embarrassment.
I mean, I was completely embarrassed. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated at the whole situation. I'm frustrated that my character is being questioned. I don't feel like I need publicity like this.
Meanwhile, Janet was forced to issue a public statement of apology, and she was disinvited from the Grammy Awards. The Grammys were being held the week after the Super Bowl, and Janet was scheduled to perform a tribute to Luther Vandross. However, former Viacom CEO Les Moonves pulled her invite, and he also ordered that all of Janet's singles and music videos be blacklisted from CBS, MTV, and all radio stations under Infinity Broadcasting Group. By the way, this is the same Les Moonves who was later forced to step down as chairman of CBS after multiple women exposed him for SA. However, Les had no issues with Justin performing at the Grammys after the Super Bowl incident, and Justin even won the Grammy for Best Male Pop Vocal Performance for Cry Me a River, a song he wrote about his breakup with Britney. But that wasn't the end of it. Janet lost many other opportunities because of the Super Bowl incident, and Justin watched all this happen and never tried to stick up for her. Janet had been cast to play singer and civil rights activist Lena Horne in a biopic. However, she was forced to resign over the Super Bowl scandal. The industry was so hell-bent on demonizing Janet that Disney even removed a statue of Mickey Mouse wearing Janet's iconic Rhythm Nation outfit from Disney World in Orlando. Justin's career, however, didn't suffer one bit, and the mainstream media completely minimized his role in the incident, only mentioning it in passing while putting all the focus on Janet. And still, Janet took the high road and never disparaged Justin publicly. However, you could tell how hurt she was when she appeared on the Oprah Winfrey Show in 2006 and said she really thought Justin was her friend.
All the emphasis was put on me, not on Justin. And Justin, we were friends. Certain things you just don't do to friends.
The very least Justin could have done was defend Janet or invite her to perform with him. And yet, he kept silent for years, only apologizing in 2021 following social media backlash sparked by the Framing Britney Spears documentary. What makes this worse is that Justin copied so much from Janet's brother, Michael Jackson, and Pharrell confirmed that he originally wrote the songs on Justin's debut album, Justified, for Michael. And yes, pretty much every pop and R&B artist copied Michael in some way, but for Justin to profess his admiration for Michael and then throw his sister under the bus really showed everyone where his priorities lie. But Janet and Michael aren't the only black artists that Justin disrespected after claiming they were his idols. Back in 2018, Justin announced his plan to perform at the Super Bowl with a hologram of Prince, despite knowing how Prince felt about holograms. Prince was previously asked in an interview to comment on technology that makes it possible to perform with deceased artists, and if he would ever consider doing something like that. And yet, 2 years after Prince died, Justin tried to bring out a Prince hologram. Finally, after intense backlash from fans, Justin said he wouldn't be using the hologram after all. However, he still ended up performing with a larger video projection of Prince and sang his song. What's also important to point out is that Prince didn't even like Justin, and they actually had a little beef going on years before. After Justin's single Sexy Back was released, Prince poked fun at him at an Emmys afterparty by yelling to a crowd, "For whoever is claiming that they are bringing Sexy back, Sexy never left." A few months later, Prince won the Golden Globe for Best Original Song, and Justin was the one presenting the award. However, Prince didn't want to attend, and Justin used the opportunity to mock Prince's height.
Well, I guess Prince couldn't be here, so I'd like to accept this award on his behalf. And thank you.
After this, a number of black artists expressed their disapproval, pointing out that Justin only uses black culture when it suits him. And Chris Rock probably explained it best.
And when they told Justin Timberlake that he was broke, he got real white all of a sudden. He's like, dude, I'm broke. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Mommy, mommy. And just when Justin got so desperate that he got on his knees and threatened to lick a man for $8, somebody shows up and says, man, you've been broke. Then Justin gets all black again. Oh, yeah, you got me, dog. Yeah, dog. Yeah, dog.
Speaking of Justin putting on black scent, there's a hilarious story in Britney's memoir where she narrates how Justin tried to act black in front of singer Genuine. Britney's book is narrated by actress Michelle Williams, and her impression of Justin's fake accent left fans in stitches.
His band NSYNC was what people back then called So Pimp. They were white boys, but they loved hip-hop. To me, that's what separated them from the Backstreet Boys, who seemed very consciously to position themselves as a white group. NSYNC hung out with black artists. Sometimes I thought they tried too hard to fit in. One day, Jay and I were in New York, going to parts of town I'd never been to before. Walking our way was a guy with a huge blinged-out medallion. He was flanked by 2 giant security guards. Jay got all excited and said so loud, "Oh yeah, faux shiz, Genuine, what's up, homie?" After Genuine walked away, Felicia did an impression of Jay. "Oh yeah, faux shiz, Genuine." Jay wasn't even embarrassed. He just took it and looked at her like, "Okay, you."
After this part of Britney's memoir sparked a new wave of backlash against him, Justin finally decided to address these allegations. However, he couldn't even do it himself, and instead got his publicist to throw some subtle shade at Britney for bringing up the past. Justin has been focusing on his own family and trying not to concern himself with Britney's memoir, Justice for Children. In recent years, Justin has tried to be supportive of Britney from a distance. They dated so long ago, but he still has respect for her. Justin and Jessica just want everyone to grow and evolve instead of continuing to bring up the past. The fans are not here for Justin's shady response, because back when Britney was silenced due to her conservatorship, Justin was the one constantly bringing up their relationship for publicity. But now all of a sudden he's no longer concerned with the past? One fan said, really? Because he had no problem talking about taking her virginity in an SNL skit like a decade after it happened. But her speaking her truth after being silenced and abused means she needs to stop bringing up the past? Why? Because it changes the narrative he pushed for years about her, as she stayed respectful of him, more than he ever was of her. He is vile. And another fan wrote, I'm so glad more women are recognizing how vile and vicious Justin Timberlake has always been. There's a reason Prince didn't like him either. He profits off black music culture as well, with no respect for the legend. But how do you feel about Justin shading Britney for bringing up the past? And do you think Justin deserves the Culture Vulture title? Let us know in the comments. And then check out this next video.
This past Friday, it's 2 in the morning on a Saturday. No music.
All right, here we go. Today we have Lance Rivera, former business partner of Biggie, doing his first serious sit-down interview. Welcome to Vlad TV.
Thanks, Vlad. Happy to be here.
Well, we've heard your name for many, many, many years. And you've done little things here and there, but for the first time ever, we're actually going to get your whole story. So I want to start in the very beginning. So you were born and raised in Brooklyn.
Yep.
Okay.
Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn.
So what was Brooklyn like in the 70s and 80s?
It was amazing. It was all about love and community, and, you know, family. You know, it was just one big, you know,
Yes
I mean,
and no.
I was a kid growing up, and every block was family. You know, we had
True.
cookouts everywhere. We had summer youth programs. We had gang fights. We had summer dirt bikes, and you know, families was hustlers. You know, it was good in the 70s and the 80s growing up.
And you had a good-sized family, right? You had brothers and sisters, or just brothers?
Yes, I have brothers and sisters on my mother's side and on my father's side. I have 5 brothers and 3 sisters.
Okay, and you have older brothers?
Yes.
Okay. And your older brothers kind of got mixed up in the streets.
Listening in on the dude that stabbed Jay-Z. Jay-Z got stabbed a long time ago. I remember that.
I was a really,
If you're not
I was a bad
hip-hop
kid.
savvy or whatever, you wouldn't know.
Till my mother
But this guy stabbed Jay-Z.
took me downtown Brooklyn to family court when I was 12, and she took me in to see a judge and said, "You take him because I don't want the streets to kill him." And I was committed to a boys' home up until I was 16.
So from 12 years old to 16,
Yes.
even though you had a family
Yes.
at home,
Yes.
you were put in a boys' home
Yes.
I went through the same
for 4 years.
Yes.
Was it bad?
It was the worst of every community at that age, from every projects in Brooklyn. And it was pre-Spofford. You know, that was your, it's sort of, it was like a cycle. That was a project that was designed to, these are the stages that you go through to see if you're going to be a career criminal, you know, and it was psychological warfare. It was kids, you know, but the first time I ever heard about Thorazine was, you know, where they had kids drugged up, walking around like zombies. The same things they do today. So it was pretty bad. It was murderers. It was, you know, the worst of the worst. It was family court. It was, you do a crime at that age. You know, the first time I was ever arrested, I was 9 years old for a robbery and assault. You know, and I was still in public school. You know, so it was, but it was for a reason. You know, it was single mom, you know, wanting to help. You know, she had 3 boys.
Yeah, I just
at
caught
the time.
wind of that today.
You know, my sister
Yesterday
was
is
just
today.
born. So it was like,
I stay off
you know,
the.
it was trying to help provide. That was my mentality. That
I
was
stay
the
off the
reason why
main
I was
flow of social media.
so
So
ambitious about money.
half of the
Being raised
time,
by, you know,
respectfully, I don't
people
know
who
what the
was
fuck going on,
like
and I
my
find
moms,
out because
but they
it's
were
such a big
hustlers
issue.
and big time hustlers.
So I just heard.
Okay,
they
so when you get
caught
out of
the dude
16,
that
were you
killed
better or
18
worse
people
at that point?
I was smarter.
out in Maine.
I became a really, really smart criminal. You know, I had graduated. I mean, I learned how to going to the Dime Savings Bank at 13 years old with bank books, right? The facility, the boys' home. They used to open up bank accounts for the kids in the building, and we used to steal the bank books, and we used to go into the banks and forge their names and withdraw their money. You know, I used to break in the safes that they kept the weekly allowances that they gave, you know, so I became a better, smarter criminal because I was around the best of the best, you know. It was, you know, but it's interesting because all through my life, like the crew that I was hanging out with,
I didn't even
37 years, they just coming home from prison.
About it.
You know, and it was like I was just on a different path. But I was involved with people who was at that age, 12, 13, 14 years old. They was killers and the worst, like I said, the worst of the worst. Same way Mike Tyson grew up, you know, Brownsville. We all from the Brooklyn. And Brooklyn was fun, and it was you had to survive if you was in the streets. You know, and you could have bypassed the streets if you wanted to.
Okay, so you get out at 16 years old.
Yeah.
And then you become a stick-up kid.
Yes.
And you started doing armed robberies.
Yes.
And I think you actually described you were a terrorist on Fulton Street.
I was a terrorist. We was robbing everything that moved. We was breaking in everything. It was I don't know what to tell you. It was
emotionally warped in this country.
We were young, we were free, we were.
It's unfortunate. I understand.
It was funny because
I'm not
at one time I remember
clean for the guy, but it's just unfortunate how emotionally warped we are.
But then all of a sudden you start watching the stick-up kids sticking up the kids that were making their checks for the summer, and they wasn't working at all. And they was making so much money, and it was like, okay, what do I want to be? I want to be the guy who, you know. So it was one of those things. Everything was education, to provide, you know.
Okay, and then at age 19, you actually got caught up in one of your armed robberies.
Yes.
And they gave you 2 years.
Yes.
Was that the first time you went to jail?
No. I went to jail on a robbery prior to that and got probation. 5 years probation, like right before, maybe a year before that.
Okay, so you actually violated your probation by getting arrested again?
Yes.
Okay. And this time they gave you 2 years.
Yes.
In adult prison.
Yes.
How was that situation?
It was crazy because I started in Spofford at 19. No, at 17. But I said that back then you could say that you were 15 and a parent could show up with a birth certificate and get you released into their custody. So at the time I said I'm 15, but I was big, right? So I go to Spofford and I there for about 3 days, and I realized that these kids was like fighting over cookies and cigarettes. I went back to the judge the next time I went to court and said, I'm not 15. I'm 17 years old. Please get me out of there. And they sent me to Rikers Island. And back then, when I went to Rikers Island in the 80s, it was a race war. So it was the blacks against the Puerto Ricans. So yeah, it was gladiator. It was serious business.
Right, because you went in 85.
Yes.
Okay, so you were there from 85 until 87.
87.
Now, while you're locked up, your big brother starts to build up the block that you guys lived around.
Yes.
And this is around the time the crack was hitting New York?
It was as if he was the guy who started crack in Brooklyn.
Okay.
That's the way the story that we're gonna tell on Fulton Street is that it's an amazing story that, you know, because when I left, he was working at Pioneer Supermarket on Nostrand and Fulton, right? I was the guy in the streets wilding, right? So when I come home, you know, while I'm in prison upstate, you know, I've never needed anything. He always took care of me, visits, packages. But at some point, he started sending me these pictures because I missed when I first went to prison, it was freebase that just started. It wasn't even called crack. It was just people washing cocaine and smoking it, right? But then I started seeing pictures of the results, and he was sending me pictures with medallions the size of this logo, with rope chains on this big, and I'm saying, I'm robbing everybody when I come home. Like, this is what y'all doing now, right? So people coming through Rikers Island, they got this big jewelry on, all these rings, and I'm saying, where did it? And then, you know, so when I came home, it was like, he was the number 2 guy to the biggest heroin dealer in Brooklyn.
Right, and your little brother was actually hanging out with Biggie during this time.
Little C's and those guys. That was his crew.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so in '87 you come out.
Yes.
You're 21 years old.
Yes.
And now the block that you grew up around, Grand and Putnam, is now essentially a drug hub.
Yes.
And your brother's running it.
Yes.
And you start to join into that whole situation.
Yes.
And you start from the bottom.
Yes, I was the doorman.
Right.
I started as the doorman in this big organization. And I went through, I learned everything. They taught me everything to the time they thought I was ready. And I came home summer of '87, May. They went on vacation New Year's and left me with the whole operation. I was nervous as fuck, you know, but what happened was, you know, they showed me the system, say, you ready. So when I would go to the stash house and I look, do what I need to do, my brother Just, his name is Just.
Check it though.
He had broken
Think about
stuff down.
How many times have they
He said, give this to this person when he comes. Do this. He said, just to make sure that you was, you know,
how many
I
times
made sure that you,
within the
and that's
last
the way
10
I was
years?
raised. They gave me an opportunity. You know, first time I ever sold
This is
heroin,
that.
I was,
There's gonna be no
when
World
I
War
came
III.
home from the boys' home, my mother was messing with a guy.
Palestine,
and he used to sell
Israel have
heroin.
been fighting forever.
I was 16 and he gave me heroin. I begged her, I was like, please. And she was like, all right, just give it to him.
And every man
she
want to
gave
go
me
to heaven,
$100 worth of a bundle.
but no man wants
So
to die.
what happened, I had
We'll be here.
built a relationship with the guy who
Just
ran
political
the
hype,
biggest
bro. Just
dope
political
spot,
hype.
heroin spot on Fulton Street. And he was the doorman. But he used to get high. And I used to go there every day and sit with him and talk to him.
Humble
And then one day I showed up with this bundle of heroin and I said, yo, I want to be able to knock this off. And my mom's in trying. So he said, okay, go in the building. He said, stand in the middle of the steps. He said, and every customer that come in, sell it to them. 3 people came in, I sold the whole bundle. I ran back to the crib and my mom's and her boyfriend. And I said, I'm finished. And she said, boy, get the hell out of my house. She was like, she didn't do no other business with me. Cause she was afraid, like, how did you pull that off? But I had already started working in myself into it before I even, you know, and a lot of people these young people today, they wanna, you know, become the boss without learning how to become a boss.
Right. Okay, so you're back in Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
You're working with your brothers
Yes.
on the drug business.
Yes.
Now, Biggie actually lives 2 blocks away,
Yes.
and you meet him that year.
Yes.
And this was that same year where there's that famous video of him battling that dude
Yeah,
on Fulton
Cream
Street.
on Fulton Street.
Right.
Yeah.
Were you there when that happened or no?
No, I wasn't at that battle.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't at that battle.
Were there other battles that you were seeing?
I've absolutely, I seen the second battle between him and Pre.
Okay.
See, that's not on video.
That's not on video.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a lot of battles that Biggie had. Like a lot of people don't know that Biggie and Jay-Z battled in high school in Westinghouse.
You saw it?
Somebody who was there. You'll see. I'm telling you, this series is gonna tell all of the information.
Okay, so you meet Biggie that year, but you guys aren't really getting close or anything yet.
No, I see what happened is that I come home, my reputation, I was Fulton Street. I was a part of what Fulton Street became, the passed down to me and the crew that I was with. And Biggie and them was kids. They were younger. They was running to the corner, getting a peek at what was going on and running back down the block. So now, but we coming through, like I said, my brother Justin and was going to pick Biggie and them up, driving them around in high school. You know, my brother was the man. Like, he was the man in the hood. Like, he was that guy. So everybody, and like I said, my family we were, since kids, we put in work for the neighborhood. So, you know, it was just, Biggie was in my little brother's life and he was in my oldest brother's life. And when I came home and, you know, they started trying to convince me to get into the music business, I wasn't paying no attention to it. But they used to say, this kid. And I'm like, I don't care. You know, I was getting money. I was in the streets hard. Like, that's what y'all want to do, because Biggie and my older brother, they were trying to get the music off. My older brother was always wanting to be, he'd been around that Coogee rap, the hip hop and all of that.
Okay, so this was 87 that we're talking about. Now fast forward to 1988, over in Queens, rookie cop, 22-year-old Edward Byrne, ends up getting killed. And after investigation, they felt that the hit was actually ordered by Pappy Mason. This made national headlines. Ronald Reagan, who was the president at the time, personally called Edward Byrne's family. And then George H.W. Bush, who ran for president that same year, actually carried around Byrne's badge and would pull it out at rallies and say, when I'm president, I'm gonna shut down all these drug dealers and I'm gonna have a war on drugs and everything else like that. So then he became president. So by 1989, there was a lot of pressure by the feds on all the drug dealers around the country. And we were talking about this earlier, a lot of guys, drug dealers, murderers, criminals, started to make their way into the music industry. Like, what did you see in terms of that in a big picture?
I mean, it was after the Edward Burns situation, they created TNT in New York. And TNT was the downfall of the drug dealer in New York City. Because they opened warrants, they didn't care who you was. They had corrupt cops locking up the wrong, you know, crackheads was making up stories. It was corrupt 77 precinct in the Bronx, like up the precincts up in Fort Apache, the Bronx. It was a mess, right? So, but it was so much money, right? After Bush was started running for president, he targeted Fat Cat, Preem, and Tommy Mickens, right? And that was the beginning of New York drug dealers making their way out of town. Baltimore, DC, Virginia, Maryland, North Carolina, South Carolina. But what was happening is that the mentality of New York hustlers went out there aggressively, and then there was so much murder, so much money first, then so many murders second, that these new SBI federal task force started coming down on the out of New York drug dealers. They're giving them a lot of time, setting people up, lying, the natives making up stories about New York drug dealers, giving them all kinds of homicides that they committed. And so now New York drug dealers are saying, hold up, we need to be able to take our money now and move into something more legitimate. And at that time, what was more legitimate than the music business? Hip hop had embraced the streets. The streets were saying, okay, we want reparations. So now, millions of dollars, because it happened to me. It happened to, I watched a guy named Kedar Massenberg, who's responsible for D'Angelo and Erykah Badu. Yep. And watch him and assume that he was a drug dealer. He used to come through Fulton Street every night, stop at the store, jump out, Rolex on. I'm saying, who the fuck is this guy? Right? So I'm like, so next thing you know, we had a stash house.
Regardless to what you saying, we gonna be
my
all right.
brother Just, the same one, he left the little notes for
God
me.
willing, we gonna be
right?
all right.
He next door to him, I see some guys, and this guy, Kedar, he pulls up, and they have a brownstone right next door. And I see all of these exotic cars pulling up. I'm saying, just those guys got to be drug
I
dealers.
can't
He's saying, no,
envision
that's Daddy-O
a
and
day
the
where
musicians. And I'm saying, for real, right? So
we have
the
to
next
worry
thing you
about
know,
missile strikes.
I started talking to Kedar.
Feel it.
Then I met
see it.
his cousin Jacob York.
Fear it.
And I seen Jacob. One day I
What?
was on the block, and Jacob used to walk up and down the street. And I said, I stopped him one day and I said, I need you to teach
God
me
willing,
everything
ain't
you know
nobody gonna
about the
put a
music
hand on
business.
us.
And the first thing he did was when he got me 2 books.
We really like the command
Hitman
center of tomorrow
and
for humanity.
This world of
country.
business, music business is one. This business of music, right?
In
That was the
collection
second
with
one.
others, but
This business of
we're
music.
one of the
And he
founding
made,
leaders,
and he,
if not the
he
leader. So
used to have these
we'll be
classes and made sure
God
that
willing.
he'll ask me questions about these books and I had to tell him, right? He made me study these books. So I'm saying, okay,
unfortunately,
that's what we're gonna do, right? So now I'm saying, all right,
I'm through listening to that for a second. But unfortunately, you've been around for a while. There's nothing unfortunate about that. Myself as well. The unfortunate factor is that within our country, even though we don't at this current moment have to worry about missile strikes, unfortunately, 3 to 4, sometimes depending on the year, 5 times out of a year, we get struck with, bombing from our own people. I mean, explosive, just, like what just happened in Maine, Unfortunately, we have to adapt and become accustomed to that. That's something of a normality now. Unfortunate every time, but school shootings, concert shootings, serial killer bullshit, kidnapping, so forth and what have you, are things that we have to stomach, you know. Unfortunately, things aren't what they once were, and I would imagine it was still going on then, but social media wasn't as rampant as it is now, so who knows if the 50s, 60s were actually truly safe. He's speaking on the 80s, 90s, I can tell you, 90s, and I know you know, 70s, 80s, 90s is rampant as well, but it wasn't what it is today as much. So that's our war. That's the only war I foresee us having. It's not a world war. Civil. Yeah. The quiet restrike of Civil War Revenge Part 2 or some shit, you know. And our doors are open more than anyone else's, in my opinion. And we have the world here. And we're at war. So that we have a version of world war going on within our own borders, within our own territory, within our own lines of the collective states. And wars on different levels and different titled wars and shit. We got enough wars going on. We don't need, nor do I want us to go to war with the world and other countries and what have you. Bad times are bad times. There's bad times every day, bro. Bad times are coming. That would suggest we're in good times now. No, we're not. And I'm gonna pass on the music. In your head. I know the song. I know the artist. Request time is over. It is Saturday. I only do that on Fridays. And it's too late in the morning for me to start pumping music. So, respectfully. God willing, we'll be here 6-7 days from now. 6. Make it Friday again. You catch me on. You know I got you. Worst times are coming. Well, I can tell you this. I'm not embracing them. I'm not fearing them. And to finalize it out, I'm not giving any of that any energy because I've been hearing about these worser of times, if you will, and world war for sure for far too long. It hasn't happened. It's not gonna happen. I don't want it to happen. It shouldn't happen. The only people that will pay for it will be me, you, and others that we know. The people that started or approve of it will be safe with escape routes and all sorts of security on every level. That does not apply to the common folk. So, as one of the common folk, I ain't with it, I ain't for it. I hear all the fear mongering. I do. I ignore it, as I've always done. I've literally been hearing about World War III since Obama was in office. Bruv, there's been 3 people, including him being 1, 2, 3 people in office. I don't care if you voted for him, didn't like him, don't. The matter of World War has been on the table for all 3 and before that. But just taking the last 3, now the current, I don't care if you hate him, love him, I think he's an asswipe because of his prior history. He wasn't for all Americans. He put things in play to hold back certain Americans. He could go fuck himself. I hope.
Kevin Can F *K Himself is a comedy series that aired from 2021
Hey,
to
Google.
2022.
Shut the fuck up. He only served for one positive purpose, in my opinion. Talking about our current chief in command, he has only served but for one purpose. Like, I only find one positive thing about him. And you might ask, what is that? Well, I'll tell you. The fact that, no different than the war, war's coming, war's coming, war's coming. Okay, let me get my guns. People once said, and I know you've heard it, I imagine strongly that you've heard it. I'm not sure whether you have or haven't, but I did. And people were saying that Donald Trump would be the last president of our country and that Armageddon was going to follow after that. Like, there would be no more American. Donald Trump was supposed to be the last American president, according to a certain keep of people and their beliefs. This is the end. Donald Trump's gonna be the last president. Blah, 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 blah. He's not. There's this motherfucker in the office called Joe Biden now, so therefore they were wrong. Additionally, I feel the same way about war. In my life, Desert Storm, all that, that wasn't a fucking war. That was our chief in command being a dickhead, aggressing others. There's documentaries up the fucking wazoo about how we did that to ourselves to make it look like so all of us could be upset and ready to go, fire up the fucking engines, went over there bombing shit to goddamn all hell, found nothing because we wasn't looking for that in the first place. That wasn't no war. It was abuse. So, nothing I'm proud of. But war hasn't been prevalent since Hitler and Japan and all that shit. Let's keep it that way. That's the shit I'm on, bruv. For better mankind. Me and you, fellow, my fellow countrymen and all that, you know? And I said, as I led with, I know, I hear all the fear-mongering, all the talks, all the ramping. I hear it. Here, there, here. And let me entertain it a bit. So, if it happens and we do go enter World War III, how's that look? Huh? This is going to be a numerous amount of countries against us. Numerous amount of countries with us. Can only divvy up the numbers, but so fucking much. But now what? We're gonna have to worry about missile strikes? Let's embrace that idea. Oh my fucking God, are you kidding me? No, it's World War III and it's real. Unless we have fucking the defense we've been boasting about forever and the guns we've been boasting about forever. And if we could defend ourselves 110%, that'd be nice. That'd be a comfort as an American to sit on and sit with. But it's World War motherfucking III. I don't think there would be any comfort. So that would look like Armageddon. And I swear, I hate idiots. So, if we were to overall be, collectively, the powers that be on the planet, as we're speaking about, collectively be on the same page to be idiots, I'd be so fucking pissed. But we'd be fucking dead, bro. Huh? If our streets start looking like Baghdad, Palestine, Israel, and any other fucking war-torn place on the face of this earth, I don't mind worrying about my fucking neighbor, but I definitely don't like the idea of worrying about missiles, incoming missiles, or the possibilities of an invasion. Goddamn, that's different. You know what I mean? And war was nothing compared to what was gonna happen. Let me ask you this. To your best ability at the moment, give me your most valid, simplistic response and explanation. Why? What? Put a finger on it. Who? Who and what, where, and why? You know what I mean? Because you sound, your texts, and I have your own voice in my own head, if you will, for reading out your text, but you're not speaking subtly. You sound convinced. You sound, you know what I mean? So now I'm asking you, okay, embrace some of that. Why? Why are we gonna end up in World War III? Why? What would you say is the top 3 major factors as to why? Mind you, I'm against the whole fucking thing, but I'm a realist all the same. And I really think that they just have everybody scared as usual. But maybe this might not be a false alarm and might be the real deal. So, why? What? Give me some convincing points, or at least what your beliefs are, or for what you know, whatever the case, you know? What you got? I'll listen. Rolling a blunt right now. I got time for it. I normally don't like to entertain the idea because I don't like feeding energy to things I don't believe in or stand with, but all good. Let's go. I was kind of intrigued to find out why this guy stabbed Jay-Z. Or, yeah. Was he stabbed Jay-Z or he stabbed somebody else? Was he the one that stabbed the dude from Murder Inc.? Not quite sure. That's what I was gonna find out, but old news versus current. I'll go with current. Come on, Terry, what you got? What makes you so sure we're going to war? And of course, Desert Storm and the Bush administration strike on a country that could barely fight back would be nothing compared to what would go on today, because we've jumped through about 3 more hoops, surpassing where we were from that day, militantly. Like, there's been such advances made since then. Right. But unlike back then, not even unlike, no, just like, in fact, back then, I don't want to see it. I don't want to turn on TV and see a night vision fucking view of tracers being littered all over the sky while we don't know who's there being bombed, Innocent people died, bro. Innocent. Seems like nobody tends to give a fuck about the innocent people. And the machine of war just rolls over. And whoever wins that war, the country and its participants are all like, damn, we won a war. Like, that shit ain't about nothing but fucking goddamn extreme violence. Like you said, these countries need to de-escalate. We need to de-escalate. We're in there with them countries, as you put it. We have 3 aircraft carriers there now, plus the military complex, warmongers that want this war, plus it's the Holy Land. Yep. Okay. To me, for what you just said, the first one, the 3 warships. These motherfuckers can go wherever they want. It's just a show of our power. They haven't crossed into any waters where they shouldn't be, right? No, they're just collectively somewhere. Okay. Prepared to strategize to strike, aren't they always? They brought them all down to the Baltic or wherever the hell for positioning to let them know, hey, if it's on, then it's really on. But we've done that before. This is not the first showing of a gathering of the naval force. It's not. So that's what I have for that. Not to say that it's not, but also to say that it's not the first time our country has done that. Like that's our shit. Naval force goes around the fucking globe. Hey, you guys see us here? We're here. Got the big 150 millimeters ready to go. Secondly, you said, plus the war complex. No, the military complex. Warmongers, they want this war. Well, there's always militant and political and civilian that want war. They just fuck some shit up. I get it. I know it. I see it. I happen to live here too. They were the ones that won, that caused the previous wars. I'm just in fear that indifference from World War I and II, if there were to be a World War III, the technological differences from those wars to the possible one we would face, bro, there'll be no more nothing left. And fuck worrying about hoping not to go to war. Would hope to survive the war. It's gonna switch from that to that overnight. Well, I was hoping we never ended up in war. Oh, we're in war. Oh, it's certified, you know what I mean? Validated and all. Oh, we're at war with who, and who. Oh, okay. That's gonna stoke all sorts of flames inside the walls to which we won't be safe and protected of. We don't know what the fuck going on. Our military is gonna go on. There'll be a fucking 24-hour channel watch for our country. Lovely. It'll get all the views. No, bro. That is not a brighter tomorrow for me and you. And finally, the holy war factor. Now, finishing out the warmongers, they won 1 and 2. I just hope they lose the 3rd. How about that? I hope this doesn't happen and they can't force it to happen. 3, the Holy Land, as you put it, as the Holy War. Holy Land over the Holy War over the Holy Land. Right. That's what and they probably got some other shit beyond fucking nuclear these days, so who knows? We would find out though, that's for fucking sure. The Holy War over the Holy Land. We have no stake. We don't have a dog in that fight. I know we're cool with one party, but we really don't have a dog in that fight. And that fight has been taking place way before the birth of our country. They've been fighting with sticks and stones since sticks and stones were invented. Type shit. I'm just being sarcastic with it. They've been fighting forever. In my humble opinion, ain't got shit to do with us. There's some neighbors down the couple blocks down from me, or down the hall, or right up the road. Some neighbors of yours and mine. They don't get the fuck along. They're always fighting. There you go. Palestine and Israel. You doing anything about it? No, I don't think so. Now, that's just me assuming. I can tell you from experience, my neighbor's fighting, I'm not doing anything about it. You know, at best, if it's some dude beating his wife, I'll call the police, remember what happened, you know, okay. But, you know, some neighbors bickering, two drunks that live next to each other that bicker all fucking day with each other over whatever, I don't get involved in that shit. So, but anyway, keeping a core response, they've been fighting. The world has intervened, the UN has intervened, hey, you guys stop. They're like, okay, for a few years, then they get back to it. That's them. I don't condone it, but I don't see how that can invoke World War III. Now, I know if we go sticking our nose in business that doesn't concern us, we could end up with a broken nose. Russia has supersonic missiles that we can't shoot down yet. They told us don't fuck with Iran. Yep, it was the indirect threat. Oh, while I'm not 100% savvy on matters, I do recall Russia making such proudness of a threat statement pertaining to something with China, pertaining to something with Ukraine. They ain't lift a hand at us. And we do have, what I've heard, we do have what's needed to intercept their supersonic or whatever the fuck they got, them, China, anybody. Our defenses, our defense systems are up there in an array of hush-hush projects. We have everything in place to protect ourselves, in my opinion. Now, if it was us versus the world, I'm not quite sure. But if it was us versus Russia, well, you know, Canada's on our side. They don't want to get blown the fuck away. They don't like that idea. I'm pretty sure Mexico doesn't like the idea either. So we've got a bigger front than what we actually are because of our allies. We don't have enemies to our left and right. Mexico isn't happy, the cartels, but you know, they get to run the drugs in and out of here, so there's an understanding. Canada keeps us supplied with syrup, we're good. Just being humoristic about it. And Hawaii, where they have the hula hula girls and all that, and the fires and whatnot. Well, aside from all that, it's rigged up the motherfucking wazoo. Now that that's ours too, with all sorts of military counter measures. So is the entire coast, the East Coast, and that was known and has been in play since the 90s. So I'm sure the, I don't know what coast that would be, the bottom end coast of America is well defended, and so is the West, and then, you know, Canada's, you know, we got all sorts of, you know, deals going with them. Notice that. We've never had a problem with Canada. They are our fucking besties. Want to put a wall up against Mexico, but... And we never hear anything about the Canadian military. It's very hush-hush. Cool, I guess. I just feel... Nobody wants no smoke with us, like I said at the beginning. Every man wants to go to heaven, but no man wants to die. Which means, consequently enough, a lot of barking, but ain't nobody getting bit. Because there's fences everywhere. And you ever notice when you let down those fences, 7 to 8 out of 10 times, the dogs just look at each other and don't even fucking do nothing. Now there are those other times where dogs will fucking rip the throat out of the other dog. So if we gotta put somebody down, you know, that's what we do. I hope you're right. Never trust the government, ever. When the government tells you that you don't need a gun, then go buy 5. And I've never trusted the government. Because the government has never given me a reason to. They didn't try to buy me out in any way. I've always been the recipient of the government's bullshit. So, yeah, worry about that. And being someone who has underwent the abusive ways of our government, I'm sure and certain anyone standing up to be an enemy against our government will be dealt with. They are professionals in dealing with unsavvy characters and situations. We'll be alright. I hope. And I hope, again, we never even fucking get into all that. It's just, hyped, and it just seems really much so now because there's so much more social media. So wherever you go, it's World War III. It's. I don't even know if we're gonna make it out of 2024, or if we were even gonna make it into. Oh my God! Do you got your guns? Cause who the fuck you gonna shoot? You got a plane out back house you've been working on? You might be active soldier, so I know you'll get called for duty. Meanwhile, I'll be playing the game. No. I don't want to see my friends, people I know. I don't want to see people ushered off to go give their lives or take lives so that we all have life. There's got to be a better way. And there is. Steady as she goes. So far, so damn good. I ain't heard the sirens. I ain't heard the war sirens sounded off. I haven't seen the emergency broadcasting on all devices stating that we're at war. Cool. Awesome. And I don't anticipate it, encourage it, and I hope that it ever happens. So the sooner our government gets off that and gets on the idea and the plans of taking care of its own citizens that have taken care of it, world peace will be invoked if governments were to take the money that they get from their citizens and instead of empowering their military and empower themselves. Literally, aside from the military, we all got guns, missiles, planes, boats, subs, and fucking UFOs, re-engineered UFOs. Yeah, we got them. Don't forget about the helicopters, drones, and millions, damn near, of participating soldiers, civilians. In just about every fucking country on the God-given map. Yep. We can all check off the box on that. We all got them. Now who's got the better shit? Guess we're gonna have to have World War III to figure that out. Yeah, I'm not interested. We win at all the war games, war trials, right? Cool, awesome, all right. There, matter resolved. I'm getting it. 10mm handgun with hydro shock rounds. Yep. Scope laser. Is that in preparation for World War III, or is that just because you're a gun enthusiast? Code option 2. Because again, if we are to be invaded or missile under missile attack, man, it just ain't gonna work out in this bitch. The levees on the dams will break, and we will be flooded with chaos if missile lands. You know, I don't think what. By the time we trying to identify who the missile was, where it came from. It got past defense, we don't know, but Minnesota took a whole fucking hit. Oh, God. We can then forget what was said in COVID, the era of COVID. And America will never be the same, will never return to normal. Looks normal out there to me. But let a missile land in this bitch, and it'll never be normal again. Oh, and if one can land, that means 2, 3, 4. How many do the numbers have to stop? All it would take is a chink in the armor of this land of the free and the brave, etc., etc. And it'd be a whole new day, of which I don't encourage. I would rather see us get our lives correct in some other form of way without using all of the built up and compressed anger that we generate between each other to unleash on others. I would definitely like to see a different way. You know? I know. I did. I forgot the fact that you were ex. Thought you might have been active in some form or fashion, or you never know how. Well, no, you're 60-something, so they couldn't call you if they wanted to, according to the laws they have in play. So. What you saw wasn't good, was it? I don't want to trigger anything, but in a peanut shell, what you saw, the violence and what have you, is that a good thing? I'm assuming your response to be new. So therefore, that be the answer for moving forward. We don't need that. And again, what were the end results of Desert Storm and all that? The way I hear it, the way I know it, a bunch of our people lost, a bunch of our people that won, whatever it was, not taken care of by our government. So, what have we learned? You know, is it worth it? I think not, but that's just my humble opinion. I'm sure there are others that would rival that. Oh, it's necessary, whoopty whoo, and raise the flag and let's go kill something. And let me culminate some of the shit real quick. At least the two. I can't really tie in the fear mongering and the war, but it can attach itself. But the Holy Land, Holy War, and our government. We're always talking about what's right. Fucking always. We deal with a lot of wrong, but we're always talking about what's right, the better morale thing of things. And somehow, we always bring God into it. So tell me, in your opinion, you think God would approve of us fighting over, killing over the birthplace of his son? I mean, that's the whole thing, right? Jesus was born here or over there, whatever. He was born here, and we from here, but they kicked him out, and then they took over, whatever the thing case. Right? It's all runs back to Jesus, if I'm not mistaken. I could be. This holy war is over Jesus, Son of God. Something ain't adding the fuck up. I don't think Jesus or his dad would be, proud of us. That's not. Yeah, we've been killing each other over where you live, where he lived. Where you had sent him down. Like, Jesus could have been sent down in America, in New York. So there'd be a war going on with New Jersey and New York? Jesus could have been sent down in Indiana. There'd have been a war going on between Indiana and Tennessee. Just doesn't stick, doesn't, and finalize it. No matter the religion, isn't it promoted to practice and follow in the steps of whoever the religion is or whoever they depict? It's this positive person. Aside from Satanism, I guess, satanic, that religion, whatever it is, Satanist, I'm thinking that the people are put to look up to a positive being, entity, person, Jesus, whatever you want, the majority. So what's all this war about, though? I don't get it. Isn't everyone aware that the supreme being, he himself, itself, Jesus, the whole crew? Hey, watch. I mean, isn't this just a vessel and we're waiting, we're doing things to wait to the next or something to that effect? What's going on? Yeah, it just don't add up, bruv. And unfortunately, we're all off caught in the fucking middle. In my humble opinion, I don't follow any politicians. I don't follow the word of anyone but the beat of my drum. So, in my humble opinion, and I do believe in a higher being, and that's why I say I hope. What is it? It takes a mustard seed size worth of hope, faith, and hope. I mean, one and the same. So. Blood Jesus is crying, bro. Roger that. You too, man. Stay safe, stay smart, stay up. Appreciate you passing through. As always, interesting convo, and let's hope by the next time we meet, no, there's been no advances, and I'm still right. You know, there's been no advances on the front of World War III coming to fruition, and I'm still right. In the meantime, stay safe, stay smart, stay up, and I'll catch you on the next one. I gotta be up by 2. Then I get a little more Spider-Man in, and I'm out of here. How long have I been here? An hour and 35 minutes. Cool. Boom, 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 boom. Please help me solve this puzzle.
structure look unstable to you? If we could beam a few electrons in there, it'd stabilize. It's not like we have a particle accelerator. That'd be like using a shotgun for a haircut. Hell of a haircut. This suit's got some sensitive ears. Apparently. What happened? More static discharges. The accelerator's still running though. Serum's okay. Fire.
You get that side, I'll get this side.
Got it! Good, good.
Static discharges let them fire a fire suppression sensor. I'll try to trigger them manually.
Is the antidote still getting made?
Should be. But if the fires damage the accelerator, we'll lose it.
Easy. Stop with the spreading already! Beautiful. Nice water pressure. Another fire's out. How you doing, Harry?
I'm bypassing every safety lock known to man. Living life on the edge. But I was thinking, there's always one thing that goes wrong with any big undertaking. This was our one.
Don't jinx us. Everything down here is clear. I just need to help out upstairs. Yeah, got this under control. Not for long. No problem.
That's the last of them.
It worked. So you'll power it down. I'll grab the antidote, find Dr. Connors.
Not so fast. We're 67 shutdown steps. If we take it out before then, we'll lose the antidote.
Sounds like it's gonna be a while. You hungry? I could go get a pizza. Shut it down and get the antidote. I'll handle it. Craven? I thought we had a thing going. Your love is only bread. Tell me where he is. Yeah. He's in my sight. Get him on the ground. Watch his web. Could you not, please? I like to keep my fight parties small.
Craven was only going after super creatures. Why are they here?
They must have tracked me after I stole the serum. Sorry, Harry.
Why are you apologizing? Don't worry, they got the suit. Kick their asses.
What step are you on now, Harry?
Diverting Thebe into the auxiliary tunnel. What's new with you?
Well, I just got an extension on my student loans. Real excited about that.
We're making good progress. Only 30 steps left until the
finish it and grab the antidote. You need to get out. I can't leave. I'm the only one. Kraven's gonna have So you like smashing things? How about I smash your face? You're gonna regret ever coming here.
Warning. Structural collapse imminent. Evacuate immediately. Warning.
Are you hearing this, Jerry? How much longer? I know. I'm on the last 2 steps. Harry, this place is coming down. We need to leave. No, hold. So close. Just keep coming and destroy everything. Don't worry about that. You need to get out. No. Just a few steps left. Don't finish the edit. I know we can. Hunters, you all should have ran when you had the chance. Look, so you like smashing things? How about I smash your face? You're gonna regret ever coming here.
Warning. Structural collapse imminent. Evacuate immediately.
Are you hearing this, Harry? How much longer? I know. I'm on the last 2 steps. Harry, this place is coming down. We need to leave. No, hold. We're so close. Harry! Give me a second. Steer clear! Let's go.
Place up and smoke all night.
Harry. Are you hurt? I'm fine. We both are. The foundation.
I don't care about that right now. Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah.
Get in there. See what you can save. I want a detailed report of the damage.
Your dad's right. Foundation doesn't matter. What? This was our dream, and it still is. But right now we have to focus on finding Dr. Connors and getting him healthy again. I got this. appreciate it, man.
No problem. Everything good? Haley and I are a little worried.
It's okay.
Bet they don't
I
have
just need everything to get back to normal first. I'll make it up to it, though. But for missing our exhibit,
Okay.
PlayStation VR.
Hope the lead pans out.
into? Hey,
Gotcha.
hello to you as well.
I wanted to get a candid shot. I want to be a real photojournalist, you know? Document the city as it is. Like this photo captured by Peter Parker. That was his first cover photo way back in the day. I want to do that.
Oh, wow. Can't believe you have this. First cover. I think I actually remember when you took that. Mr. Jameson, it's Peter Parker. I called about selling you some photos. See, my uncle just passed and our mortgage is due.
Parker, I didn't ask for your life story.
Sorry.
I'm sitting outside the Bugle finishing my coffee. If you can get here before I'm done, I'll look at your photos. But I'm warning you, I drink fast.
Mr. Jameson, I'm biking down 5th. The traffic.
If you want something, you go after it.
What?
Tell me something. Are you a New Yorker or some slack-jawed tourist?
New Yorker.
And when something's in your path, you yell, coming through! And if something blocks you, go around. New Yorkers always find a way. You know why people live in this town? Is it the cheap rent? The low cost of living?
No.
This godforsaken hellhole is the greatest city ever created.
Gotta get to work.
I clearly got the right of way. Hey, Bo! Not looking for an excuse and keep going.
The smell.
Breathe it in, Parker. That's all you big out.
Mr. Jameson, I should focus on the road. Oh no, construction ahead. I'll never get it.
Eyes on the prize, Parker.
Excuse me, can I come through?
You're a New Yorker. Tell them you're coming through. Say, lay out, halfwit. These are my streets.
Hey, halfway. No, I'm sorry, excuse me, scooting by.
Parker, pathetic. Be a man about it. Show them your manhood.
Yes, sir. Wait, what?
Can I come through? You're a New Yorker. Tell them you're coming through. Say, lay out, halfwit. These are my streets.
Hey! Halfwit! No, I'm sorry, excuse me,
Dennis. Parker, pathetic. Be a man about it. Show them your manhood.
Yes, sir! Wait, what? Almost there. I'll cut through Washington Square Park.
I'm a few steps away from killing this coffee, Parker. You better haul ass. Ken's gonna get himself killed.
Thanks.
Stop sounding so timid.
Sorry.
And stop apologizing.
Sorry. Mean.
Focus on the road.
What you said?
Focus!
Second key marked.
Happens all the time, Parker. Act like you live here.
Dear New Yorker.
Million people in the city, sweetheart.
Spidey ain't coming. AP, I'm working on a college application and it says I gotta tell them about myself. More like sell yourself. It's the worst. You got any advice? Well, take me. Hi, I'm Peter Parker. I'm 25 years old, I have a bachelor's degree in biophysics, and I'm in love with the greatest woman ever. Humble brag. Who is the best journalist in the city? Word. Go MJ. I try to live up to the example set by the other greatest woman ever, Aunt May. Humble brag again. Damn. And a while back I was bitten by a radioactive spider and got superpowers. I can't put that in my essay. Hey, I'm learning the track as I drive the train. I've used my powers to help the city and stop a lot of people who wanted to hurt it. Like my mentor, Dr. Otto Octavius. His lab got shut down by an old colleague, Norman Osborn. Otto retaliated by releasing a bioweapon. In the end, I managed to stop Otto, but not without great cost. That was pretty good. But I'm not Peter Parker. Exactly. Miles Morales. 17 years old and a student at Brooklyn Visions Academy. What else? I guess I help out with my mom's work in Harlem every now and then. She's Councilwoman Rio Morales. And there is a girl I like who's spectacular and inspiring, and I think is one of the best artists in the city. And I also got bitten by a radioactive spider that gave me superpowers. I learned how to be a Spider-Man from the OG. But I learned how to be a hero from my dad. He was killed by Martin Lee in the City Hall bombing. The good I try to do every day is the good my dad planted in me. But it's been hard. Even with superpowers, sometimes we can't save the people we love, no matter how hard we try. A hero is someone who doesn't give up, though. And I don't plan to. I don't know, man. I can't talk about me without talking about Spider-Man. Sure you can. You just have to... Yeah, why don't you just start with the draft?
still don't feel that there's money in the music business.
By 1991, this was before Big got signed. Okay, Big was still selling crack.
Yes.
And at one point, he goes to North Carolina.
Yes.
And he gets caught.
Mm-hmm.
Were you involved in any of his operations when he was up in North Carolina, or when he was doing, when he was selling on the block in Brooklyn?
I was involved because we were the suppliers to everybody.
Okay, so
by
he was
way of
basically,
somebody.
you were his plug.
Exactly.
Okay, so he goes up to North Carolina, he gets caught selling crack, ends up doing 9 months. He gets out. And at that point, he starts to take rap a little more seriously.
He always took rap seriously.
Okay, but, you know, after spending 9 months in jail, you have a slightly different perspective.
No, he still didn't take rap seriously. He took rap seriously not from a business perspective. He was just like me. He didn't know where the money was. He knew that he seen what he saw, right? He didn't. He had no. We seen Big Daddy Kane and them drive through Brooklyn, looking like drug dealers, and we seen all of these rappers from that era.
Yeah.
They all so big saying, yes, that's what I want, but there's nobody coming.
Right. Well, then in 1992, after he gets out from doing the 9 months, he puts together a demo. Mr. C gets a hold of that demo.
Yeah.
He gives it to Matty C and The Source, who's doing the Unsigned Hype column, which at the time was almost like a Kingmaker type column. Whoever ended up in this Unsigned Hype was guaranteed a record deal.
Right.
You know, I mean, if you fast forward, you know, DMX got a start from Unsigned Hype,
big.
Eminem,
Who's big?
Common, Mobb Deep, laundry list of people who are still, you know, significant to this day. So he gets an Unsigned Hype. Puffy sees the article, gets a hold of the tape, and then signs Biggie to Uptown Records. And the first thing he shows up on is Mary J. Blige's Real Love remix,
Which Daddy-O produced.
which Daddy-O from Stetsasonic produced.
And that was in the next to the stash house in the basement. That I said, those guys look like drug dealers. And my brother said, that's Daddy-O in them.
Right. So Biggie is signed. He shows up on this remix, but he really doesn't have any money at this point.
No.
Is that when you step in and start to actually finance his dreams?
I was, like I said, my brother and them was financing his dreams before I even got involved.
Okay, got it.
He was taken care of. Like he Big didn't have to do nothing that he did, right? His mother was a hard-working woman, right? She provided for him. She providing for him. He was going to private school. It was just that thing in a young person growing up in Brooklyn. We all had it. It was that pull to the streets, right? He used to be a booster. We had some of the most famous, toughest boosting females in my neighborhood. One thing you'll see that on the series. These women was terrorists, female terrorists, and everybody from every hood used to come down there and try to get with them because they were boosters. They would dress their men, the flyers, the everything, and they made them relevant to other neighborhoods, right? And Big used to go boosting with them. He was a booster. People don't even talk about that. He used to, because his mother didn't give him money where he could buy labels, right? She was a church woman. She simple, and whatever money she was making, but she kept them clothes, fed. But he wanted to be in the streets. He had ambition. He wanted the girls. All of those lyrics that he write about taking the Izod logo and putting it on a bootleg, bow, look at your face, being bullied for, that's what they used to do. If you couldn't afford it, I literally know people who used to go and cut this alligator off and put it on another shirt that was much cheaper. Right? It's been like that since the beginning of time.
Yep. Okay, so your brothers were already taking care
Yes.
of Biggie, and you started to step in at one point and take care of
Yeah,
him as well.
I inherited everything that my brother was doing. I inherited Biggie because he used to tell me, Biggie, Biggie, Biggie. My brother tried. Every day he was like, let's get behind Big, and I'm like, where the money at?
Yeah.
I'll provide, I'll look out, but you guys want to be in the music, you want studio time, and you want backing, and I'm saying, I don't know about that.
Right. I mean, Matty C, who was around Biggie at the time, he says he remembers that time where you would come over, you just buy everyone breakfast, including him.
Mm-hmm.
You gave Biggie money for weed. You would drive him around. You buy everyone clothes and everything else like that. So you guys became close.
Right.
Well, then next year in '93, Uptown ends up firing Puffy.
Mm-hmm.
So then he starts Bad Boy Records.
Mm-hmm.
And Biggie signs to Bad Boy,
Mm-hmm.
along with Craig Mack.
Mm-hmm.
And then around that time, Biggie has a daughter as well.
Mm-hmm.
You actually give him money to help out the daughter. But Big is still on the block selling crack during this time.
And he was signed to Puffy.
Right. Because there's no money yet. Was it around this time that you sent Biggie to North Carolina at your stash house to just kind of chill?
Yeah, well, Puff kept telling him it's gonna be fine, it's gonna be fine, it's gonna be fine. And he was like, yo, I'm pressed, I've got a baby on the way. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, it's my mom's, it's true story on records. Like, my mom's sick. Like, I need something to do. And I'm like, okay, what you're gonna do is you're gonna go on a little trip and you're gonna clear your head. And, we had a stash house down in North Carolina. Went down there and all he was doing was just living. And Puff was looking for him, because he was, he had just closed the deal with Clive. So he was like, where's he at? Where's he at? And Big was like, yo, is this guy, is he serious though? You know what I'm saying?
There's no money yet.
There's no money yet. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So Big starts working on Ready to Die.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at the time, Puffy was his official manager.
Yes.
So he was signed to Puffy, and Puffy was his manager at the same time.
Yes.
Mark Pitts, who was Puffy's cousin and assistant, was also helping out with Big.
Well, he was the point person. He was the babysitter.
Exactly.
That's how he started. He started because it was a conflict of interest with Puff being a manager and him being signed to his production company.
Yeah.
Right? So now, and Big knew that. He kind of, felt that way. He was, Big was so smart and intelligent because he was making, Mark take less money as a percentage, so.
Was there a situation kind of early on when Big needed money and he ended up selling part of his publishing back to Puffy for $25,000 or something?
No, that was the original publishing contract from him. Whatever advance that Puff gave him from the beginning, that was, because at some point, Jacob had something like a $200,000 publishing deal on the table for Big, and Big kind of was like, at that point he told us that, Puff got me, he got me locked in, like, let's do something to make me on the same level. And
okay. Well, Big, but you hadn't met Puffy yet.
No, I hadn't met Puffy yet.
Okay, and there was that moment that you and Big went to the Jodeci video shoot. And that's when you met Puffy for the first time.
I didn't even
Well, you didn't even meet him, but that was the first time you guys saw each other.
Yes.
And what happened there?
Well, when we got to Harlem, it was just me and Big. And when we got to Harlem, Big gets out the car and we're on 125th Street, right across the street from the Mark. Big goes across the street and all of a sudden you see Big's head drop. And he comes back across the street and he starts to tell me that, yo, Puff said, you know, you can't just be bringing anybody with you. You know, Devontae just had got robbed or something around that time. And, you know, and I was like, nah, Big, don't worry about it. It's all good. I was like, you know, just go ahead, have a good time. But I was upset because Puff didn't even give Big the benefit of the doubt. Like, so what? He got somebody with him. Like, that's you know, he always had somebody with him after I was with him, you know. So it just became one of those things where, you know, on my way home, I called my older brother and said, all right, let me get in the music business just to get on Puff's nerves.
To piss him off.
To piss him off.
Okay. And that was officially your start.
Yes.
In the music business.
Yes.
Well, that same year, as Biggie's working on his album, that was around the time that he meets Tupac. C's used to talk about how Pac used to come around Brooklyn and hang out a little bit here and there.
Used to come hang out, and they came on Fulton Street a few times, hung out with us, you know what I mean? Kicked it, you know. That's why we were stuck on him, like, yo, this is a real motherfucker, you know, because back in them times, Fulton Street was. And just to see somebody of his stature on Fulton Street, like, oh, you a real motherfucker, dog.
And Pac was already more seasoned than Big. Digital Underground, he had his album, everything else like that. At one point, Pac started hanging out with Haitian Jack, but you already knew Haitian Jack from before. I guess you actually met him during the shootout.
Actually, it's like I said, you'll see it on the show, right? But it's interesting because the guy who my brother was working for, when I came home, I admired the guy before I went to prison, right? But he had nephews, and these nephews was drug dealers. We were stick-up kids, but the guy, Benny Thomas, he was a drug dealer, and his nephews was drug dealers. But there was some sort of friction between a guy who I grew up with on Fulton Street named Puma Lee, and one of their cousins, Benny Thomas' nephews, was named Cat. And those guys there's a crew up in the 90s, in like going towards Flatbush, right? And it was the Cats versus the Puma Boys, right? They were arch enemies, right? And Puma Lee and their cousin Cat, they on Fulton Street. So there was a tension between those guys, my crew, and those guys because of that conflict. I admired these guys because they were drug dealers. I'm saying, man, they got all the girls. You know, I want to be a part of that. So I ended up going to prison, right? No, before I go to prison, Puma Lee, it escalates, right? Right before I go to prison, we ended up they ended up having to drop on me one day, right? That's something that escalated. They have me. They're getting ready to kill me, right? But somehow, some way, you'll see that I get away, right? I round up my crew from Fulton Street, and the next thing you know, on site, we were walking down the street that night, going to get these dudes, and then all of a sudden, this crazy shootout happens, right? So for the next 2.5 weeks, it's on site every time we see each other. And just so happened, Haitian Jack was brought in. I don't know, cause I didn't know Haitian Jack. I just knew that it was him and a big dude that used to ride around with named Kevin. And they, you know, they were friends with Inch and Haitian Jack and all of them from Flatbush in the 90s, and it just escalated, and every time we used to see each other, every time it was on site, shooting, whatever it took, and years later, Scooter is the one who made us, stop beefing, and and it was at a party in Atlanta that somebody threw for me.
Okay, so you and Haitian Jack became cool years later.
Yeah.
Okay, and Tupac, he meets Biggie, and he's in New York. I think he's filming Above the Rim, and he's hanging out with Haitian Jack. Biggie, I guess, warned Tupac about Haitian Jack. Pac didn't really listen.
There's a rumor that you told Pac not to hang out with Haitian Jack, but he didn't listen.
Well, I told Pac, and I say, I don't know if you, I think you're out of your league right now. You know? Because he had asked me about Jack. You know, and I had known Jack through Scooter. And he said, you're out of your league.
You hang with the big boys now.
Yeah, you're out of your league.
And then a situation happened later that year. Well, I guess Biggie and his crew showed up to Pac's hotel room. They left some of their guns there. And then in that same hotel room, that was when the whole sexual assault thing happened. So then when the police came and arrested everyone, they found Biggie's guns and everything else like that. So ultimately, Pac ends up getting hemmed up into this whole case along with Haitian Jack and some other guys and so forth. Well, we fast forward then to 1994, and Biggie's debut album drops, Ready to Die. His first single, Juicy, when they start doing the video, you're involved in the actual video.
Yeah. Puff gave me a shot at co-directing that video. So he was like my first mentor of being a director. What's interesting is that Puff was smart back then because he lost money intentionally at a gambling while they was shooting dice, just so they wouldn't rob him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was smart. He was with this kid. He's worth everything he has. He's smart enough to have gotten.
Okay, and this single introduced the world to Biggie. I mean, even though he had some stuff here and there, he had the Dolly My Baby, remix and so forth. This was the first solo single which blew up.
And Big was scared to death.
Really?
Yeah, because he was like, listen, Puff's getting ready to screw my career. And what do you mean he's gonna screw your career? He's like, I'm telling you, he's gonna screw up my career with this. He wanted Machine Gun Funk to be his first single.
Biggie wanted.
Biggie.
Yeah, and Puff was like, no, I'm gonna do more of the bubblegum kind of single.
Yeah, and Big's, that's why I said Big was, his push for Junior Mafia was to balance out those commercial records.
Right. So during this time, you and Big are meeting up and coming up with the idea for Junior Mafia.
Well, like I said, Jacob had already put me through school. So it was based on Biggie. The Junior Mafia was just 3 members. It was Chico Delvec, right, who really was Big's connect to drugs. He was his plug, Chico, right? Little C's and Nino Brown, and they were called the Sixes. They had 3 sixes, like 666.
Was it Bugsy in the group also?
No, this was I'm talking
before
about
that.
before
Okay,
that, right?
Okay, got it.
All Big used to just hang out on Fulton Street and smoke weed all day, all night, and rap. And Big would flirt with girls, right? But Big was a boss. The first logo is. It was based on the cartoon Penelope Pitstop. That was the first Junior Mafia logo because that's how Big used to remind me that he was this really big guy and he had all of these short henchmen. So if you look at their first logo that was ever done, that's how they look, like the little henchmen in the Penelope Pitstop, right? So, but it was only 3 members, right? But it was just a name. It was his crew, right? There was no music. He didn't know about nothing. And so after Jacob talked me into stop thinking, because Undear started as a marketing company, right? So that's where the Undears, instead of ideas, I replaced it with Undears.
Right. Un was short for understanding.
Yes, which I was a 5% growing up. Yeah, since I was 11, something like that. But I went to Big after that, and I said, here's the plan for Junior Mafia. And that included Little Kim, everybody, the Snakes, Rayshawn and Anton.
Right. The Snakes was Larceny and Trife.
Larceny and Trife. Right. Klepto. Now, mind you, Klepto was his name. Klepto comes from because he was a booster.
Kleptomaniac.
Kleptomaniac. But Klepto used to sell Big all kinds of shit. You know what I'm saying? Versace. Klepto introduced Big to Versace after that, right? Okay. So, Klepto had a Q45 green. And one thing about Big is if you had your own weed and you had a car to drive him around, he was putting you on. That was his promise to everybody. Like, if you could drive him around, like, and because I realized that through my research of the story, he promised so many people that they should have been what Un was to him. Right? And I'm saying, man, you guys really believe that, you guys, we put in work to get to what we accomplished, so.
Well, early on, there were some other people that were supposed to be in Junior Mafia.
Yes.
One of which was Nas.
Yes.
And this was pre-Illmatic Nas. This was live at the barbecue Nas.
See, and
who didn't have a record deal yet.
Yes. See, what happened was that he did, at the time, he just got his record deal. And this is when Faith Newman had him, right? Daddy-O, the first time I've seen Nas, right, through It Ain't Hard to Tell. When I first seen the It Ain't Hard to Tell video, I say, yo, Big, this kid is perfect for this group, right? Now, this is how the universe in the story was working, is that I never met Nas, right, at this moment in time. But as we was shopping Junior Mafia, Daddy-O took me to Faith Newman's office, and she had just signed Nas. And she said, Daddy-O introduced me as this brilliant marketing director, visionary, and she gave me Nas's second single and said, can I come up with a video treatment for it? And the video was with him. I wanted Toni Braxton, who was hot at the time, to be like the girl in the video, right? So the next thing you know, Biggie and Nas do a show at somewhere in their early career. Big had Party and Bullshit. Nas might have had Live at the Barbecue. They end up doing the show, and Nas starts liking Caesar's sister, Thais. Right? Sorry, Ty. Right? But, because I used to say, yo, why does Big hang out with C's? Why, like, trying to find a story, and I'm asking everybody, trying to piece it all together, and I'm saying, well, why would Big hang out with C's the way he hung out with C's? Like, yeah, he was a little brother, but C's was just a kid. Like, he was a child. Like, he was and Big embraced him, and I said, Thais. I said, so this is how they met, Big and Nas. They did a show. Nas started liking Thais at that show. He comes to Nas had just got signed. He had the Lexus, gray Lexus, so he used to come through the hood. And one day, Big tells C's, yo, let's I'll wait to tell you, sir. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Well, another member that was supposed to be in Junior Mafia early on was Foxy Brown.
Foxy Brown.
And I've heard rumors about this.
Yeah.
Different versions of it.
Yeah.
Okay. And this was before the Foxy Jay-Z song, the Ain't No?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
1,000.
So she was like 15 at the time?
Yeah, she was a kid.
She was a kid.
She was a kid. They were all kids. They were all Nas, Jay, Big, all of them kids.
Okay. Well, Foxy was around, but so was Lil' Kim.
Yes.
But Lil' Kim rapped very different back then.
Yes.
What does she sound like?
Well, she sounded like when I first heard her rap, Jacob York actually let me hear her, told her to rap for me. And that's when I put her in the group, Junior Mafia. Because, you know, all this other story you'd have heard, that's the long story. We're going to tell it all in the right context. But he said, listen to her, and when she raps, she sounded like Fredro from Onyx, right? But I was a marketing guy, right? So I'm saying, man, you see this adorable, beautiful little girl, and she had the presence of Biggie. Like she had it like that, right? And Big hated it. He was like, no, hell no, right? No, she sounds like a boy. And I'm saying, but that's, you know, that's the impression. Like, he's like, hell no, right? Big did not start liking her vocal tone. Not that she couldn't rap. He loved her as an artist and image, but her vocal tone until he heard her rap on Backstage. When he heard her sound like a girl, that's when he was like, now I wanna fuck you on a record, like listening to you.
Okay, and I remember you telling me that early on, Big would kind of mess with Kim a little bit and say, "Oh, I'm gonna sign Foxy."
Because he thought Foxy was really dope. Like he was, like we were all one big happy family. It went left. It got there was an incident with some AK-47s was pulled out, and it was war getting ready to happen in the hood between the two factions of Kim and Foxy, because she had some guys from the hood that was managing her, and you know, all of those things, you know. So, but the real fallout came with Thelma and Louise. When we were trying to put that record together, it just, you know, it was there. It was, everybody was, you know, like you probably heard the record with, you know, that Jay had worked for Foxy at that time, and, you know, Foxy had made her commitment to the record, and Kim was just like, it just went south from there, and that's why their relationship still hasn't been mended, because they were sisters at one time, you know, same age, you know, it wasn't no... Biggie, one thing about Biggie, he knew how to keep everybody together. He knew what his vision was, you know. Nas created the fallout between Nas and Biggie came behind him not really wanting to do, you know, okay, Nas want to be Nas, right? They competitive, right? So it's rap. Who's the best? Who's the best? Who's the best? So Nas says, I can create my own Junior Mafia. And he takes Foxy, and he goes get AC, and he creates the firm. Right. And they start, you know, and that's where it's a lot of subliminal bars from Biggie and Nas back and forth. You'll find out about who was talking about who and what records. So it was a real battle going on.
Okay, so you and Biggie form on DS Entertainment. with Junior Mafia being the focus. Biggie is hot, but he's not a superstar yet. He's still kind of building up. You start to shop around this project, and you end up signing with Craig Callman over at Atlantic with the Big Beat label, which is under Atlantic.
Well, at the time, Craig Callman was just Big Beat, but Atlantic distributing the record.
They're the parent.
Craig Callman had just lost his biggest artist at the time. So he had, you know, he wanted, I asked Craig Callman at, you know, early on at these meetings, what is it that you want? And he said, I want to be the president of Atlantic. So I was like, okay, I want to take over, do it, make movies. So he says, well, Atlantic owns A-Vision. And that's the same people who put out Murder Was the Case, right? So, because the whole concept of Junior Mafia involved everybody. It was one big concept that, you know, Biggie wanted to start his own family, Biggie and Junior Mafia, and we were gonna get Dr. Dre and the Dog Pound, who had their own family, and Scarface and Luke from Miami. And it was interesting because at this time, Luke and Suge and them was at war, right? So Luke invites us all down to Miami. I was there when the Jimmy Henchman beef started with Suge Knight, because this was the original beef that they encountered from that thing. That's because Luke did a good thing. He invited everybody. He paid for everybody to come down to Miami, and he wanted to put an end to that back and forth that was escalating things, right? So Suge was just, you know, and I met Suge that night, and he believed in the concept of giving, you know, the videos and, you know, making little movies and all that. He believed in the concept, and then all of a sudden he just became this holy terror and just started running around. But a lot of things were happening that were good versus the millions of dollars that were at stake, and we as the young black drug dealers. And like I said, at that moment, Harry O and them was thinking about how to get out of the streets, and they back Suge with some money, right? It's the story I can give you. Every J Prince, everybody was running from the feds. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, but they wanted to keep what they earned because they earned it in an honest way.
Okay, so you guys are doing this. You guys are getting your deal at Big Beat, and Junior Mafia is starting to, you know, come together as a real project. You know, Tupac and Biggie still have the relationship. They do Running from the Police together. And then you guys have a session at Quad Studios in New York. It was a Lil Sean session, right?
No.
No?
That we had nothing to do with that Lil Sean session. We were there doing a Junior Mafia's first record after we got the deal.
Got it. Okay, so you guys are at Quad Studios working on your record.
Yes.
Lil C's is hanging out on the balcony.
Yes.
And he happens to see Tupac's bandana.
Yes.
And he was like, oh shit, Tupac, what up? Just randomly. Like, come on up. Come smoke with us.
It was our first studio session. We was in there recording Players In. Kent, you know, of course, you know, I was in there, you know, I was partners with Big with Undies, and Big and the Mafia. So we all in there, you know, we all geeked up our first session, you know, we happy, we hyped as fuck, you know what I'm saying? We got some advance money ourselves now, you know what I mean? Shit lit, you know what I'm saying? So me and Nino just went on the terrace, like, yo, let's go smoke. We're gonna go smoke one by ourselves. You know, there's a bunch of weed in there, like, yo, let them smoke. Me and you gonna roll up and go on the terrace, you know what I'm saying? And me and him were just sitting in there, just having one of the moments, like, yo, can you believe it? Like, yo, bro, like, oh shit, this shit look real. Like, yo, we got a deal. Like, you know, we just kids, we hype. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And some told me to look over, because, you know, of course we high up. You know, I'm looking over, and I see like a few dudes walking down the front. I see the bandana. He's always wearing that bandana and shit. So I'm like, and of course, we've been hanging around him a few times. You know what I mean? So I know when I see him. So I'm looking down, I'm like Tupac. And we knew Stretch too. God bless the dead. Stretch as well. God bless R.P. Tupac. And I knew both of them. So I could just see. I know how Pop walk and all that. So I'm like, oh shit, I'm like, Pop. Yo, and I'm yelling like, yo, Pop. And he looked up, he looking, he couldn't see us. You know, he looking up, he like, who that? I'm like, yo, it's Seeds. Little Seeds, what's up? He, who? Little Seeds. Yo, what's up, little nigga? What's good? I said, yo, what up? Where you going? He said, where y'all at? I said, yo, I'm gonna come downstairs. I said, yo, come around to the corner and I'm gonna come downstairs and get you. I go back in the room, I tell Big, I'm like, Big, pop downstairs. I'm like, yeah, deadass, he's downstairs. He's like, all right, go get him. No regular shit, like, go grab him. That's when me and Nino get to the elevator and we go downstairs. But Nino, crazy shit is, Nino heard the shots before we got downstairs.
So Tupac and his man go into the Quad Studio lobby, and then they get ambushed. 3 guys end up trying to rob Tupac. Pac pulls out a gun and ends up getting shot up 5 times. Now this is where the story gets a bit convoluted because there's different versions of the story, movies and everything else like that, but you were actually there.
Yes.
So let's talk about what actually happened. So the shootout happens in the lobby.
Mm-hmm.
Before it happens, Lil Cease tells Biggie that Tupac is downstairs, and Biggie was like, okay, yeah, bring him up. So Cease comes downstairs in the elevator. And we've interviewed Cease and so forth. The elevator door opens. Pac is laying there on the ground bleeding. The guys with the guns tell Cease to get the fuck back in the elevator.
When the door opened, the first person I seen was Stretch. He was tall. Stretch was like 6 feet. And he was moving his feet from the door. But I'm thinking like, I see his other homeboy. I'm like, what the fuck, you did a drunk playing? And when I was about to walk out, 2 dudes came from both sides. Get the fuck back in the elevator. Shit. Got me and Nino stepped back in, and they just holding the guns at us. And I was so paranoid and nervous, I'm hitting door open. Now I'm like, the door just did, and they like this. And when the door finally started closing, they went back to them. Started just like, grabbing them niggas up and all type of shit. And me and Nino just looked at each other like, yo.
So Cease gets the fuck back in the elevator, goes back upstairs, and comes out of the elevator. And you're there.
I go back upstairs, I'm like, yo, B.I. Top downstairs getting robbed right now. He like, stop playing. I'm like, yo, I'm dead ass. He saw my face, and he saw Nino's face too. He like, yo, nah. He like,
tell me what happens next.
What happens next is I tell Cease and everybody else to go back downstairs. We had guns on us, because that's how we was moving back then. We had no idea what was going on, right? So we hide our guns in the studio that we're in. We have no idea that Tupac's downstairs getting robbed, that Puffy and Little Sean and Jimmy Henchman and them are all on another floor. We're just there first day recording Junior Mafia's record, Backstabbers was the record, right? So I send everybody downstairs and I wait with me and Big. Then me and Big ride down on the elevator. When we come down on the elevator door opens up. The cops are standing there. They got their guns drawn. They make us get out the elevator. They search us. They confirm that we're not the people that they're looking for, right? And they let us walk out the building. Me and Big never seen Tupac.
Okay.
That night.
At all?
At all.
Okay, before that actually happens.
Yes.
Tupac gets into the elevator himself and goes up the elevator to a different floor.
Mm-hmm.
When the door opens, that's where Lil Sean is and Puffy and Jimmy Henchman and everyone like that.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I understand, Pac ends up hiding his gun in that studio.
Mm-hmm.
So then, after you know, the police come and the ambulance comes and everything else like that. What I didn't know until we spoke recently is that Pac actually calls Big. Tell me about that conversation.
So after the night that it happens with Pac, right? But let me take you back before, because you know the story is so all over the place. People's version, right? The story, the beginning part of this whole story, right, is on the night that Tupac got, before he got to the studio, he was on the phone and he was with Stretch and he was with his homeboy Nichols, right? And they all got shot in the studio, right? So Tupac was on the phone arguing with somebody, and it was really aggressive. And Tupac was saying, yeah, well, whatever, you know, suck my dick, you know, fuck you. When you see me, you see me, right? And yeah, I'm gonna pull up. I'm on my way there now, right? So when he hung up the phone, they asked him, yo, who was you on the phone arguing with like that? And he said, some nigga named Jimmy Henchman. And the nigga said, nigga, is you crazy? Do you know who Jimmy Henchman is and what Jimmy Henchman might do to you? And he was like, for real? Like, he said, so do you think I should take a gun? And they was like, nigga, we all gonna need guns going to the studio. And he said, yo, my sister just brought up some guns from Atlanta. So I'm gonna, you know, we'll ride up there with the guns, right? So, but the story is so all over the place that he knew what he was going into, going to the studio. If you about the life that you about, you would have went to the studio ready to, for whatever was intended for you, right? But the story is that Big should have warned him, you know, nah, he ain't had nothing to do with it, but he could have warned me about them niggas. But no, before you even got to the studio, you had a long drawn out, I kill you, you'll kill me, we gonna get our guns. And that's kind of what happened to Pac. Throughout his whole entire story that I've learned, that he used to say what he gonna say and stand on it, right? It was like everybody who tells a story about him, yo, he got into it with these LA killers. Man, fuck them niggas. And he would go overboard. Like, there was nobody there to say, Pac, chill out, right? When Pac got with Suge, I was like, somebody please get Pac away from Suge, because he gonna keep pouring gasoline on this food. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, he went there with that energy, right? When he seen C's, who by chance, we were in the studio, right? He put his guard down because he don't know what floor we on. He's assuming, oh, I'm good, my nigga Big up there, right?
Oh, he thought Big was with Jimmy Henchman.
With Jimmy Henchman.
And it was going to be smoothed over.
Yeah.
But you guys are actually in separate studios.
Separate studios. We were on one floor. Quad had like 3 floors.
We just know that there.
Yeah, we don't know that they're up there, but we see these niggas in this fatigue and shit. I put niggas on point whenever I move with Big, I move with Big as his #1 security guy. Everybody else, you gotta kill them, my niggas first, but I'm the last nigga you gotta kill before you can get to Big.
Okay, so that's what led up to the shooting situation.
Which led up to
these series of events.
Yes.
So, you know, the argument with
yes.
Jimmy Henchman on the
Yes.
phone and the threats.
Yes.
And the
So now
tough
he
talk and
goes
everything.
there, he ends up getting jammed up in the hallway from whatever story was told by everybody who was there, right? Whoever was there told the story. He ends up getting shot. He goes upstairs. He has his gun that he came to the studio with. He hides it in the piano. And then what everybody don't know is that Pac called Big. After that, incident, right? And said, Big, I left my gun in the studio. Send somebody to get it. So I sent somebody, 2 people, up to the studio. One of them is the only person who had access because it was taped off, being investigated. He was the only one who could get past that yellow tape. We retrieved Tupac's gun and made sure that, because if Tupac had got caught with that gun, because think about it, everybody's story is Tupac pulled his gun out, he shot himself. All right, but no, Big, his man, he called his man and said, yo, Big, you know, but everybody want to make it seem like Tupac set Big up in the studio.
Big said Tupac.
Yes, Big said Tupac.
Exactly. But what you're telling me is that after the shooting occurred, Big was the first person he called for help to help him get rid of an illegal gun, essentially, which he would have caught another charge for.
Exactly.
Got it. So basically, after the shooting, Tupac and Biggie were still on good terms.
Good terms.
Got it. Got it. Well, Tupac ends up getting locked up for the sexual assault case. He goes to prison. This is 1995. Meanwhile, you guys dropped the Junior Mafia Conspiracy album, which is on Undias/Big B. It's distributed by Atlantic Records. Album goes gold in a month. Number 8 on Billboard, 69,000 copies the first week.
Which is more than ready to die the first week.
Oh, so that, well, by that time, Big was already a big name, so you had that. Big was on every song except
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Big was on every song except for I Need You Tonight, featuring Aaliyah, right? So he's all over this album. Players Anthem was a huge song. Get Money, huge song. Lil' Kim featured on both songs. You direct the videos. Yes. This kind of sets up Lil' Kim for her own solo album. So things are going great for you guys. Yes. Meanwhile, Tupac is in prison for a sexual assault case. While he's locked up, Biggie drops Who Shot You? Now, from what I understand, that song was recorded before the actual shooting at Quad. But, based on the timing of it and the words in it, a lot of people started to think that Who Shot You was about Tupac. I remember being on the West Coast and being around a bunch of street guys and them like, man, fuck that Who Shot You shit. They talking about Pac and rah, rah, rah. Like, people were fired up about it. And no one was really there, really addressing it at the time. Big at that point didn't say, no, it's not about Tupac or anything else like that. Things were just kind of riding it as is. While Pac is locked up, Suge Knight steps in and signs him to death row while he's still in prison. And we don't quite know the story behind this because there's different versions of it, but Suge and possibly the label, Interscope and whoever else come up with the money to bail Tupac out of jail while he's basically fighting the case. I guess he's gonna try to work on an appeal for his case. So now, Tupac is out. Then the Source Awards happens. You were there.
Yes.
It's happening in New York.
Yes. Well, Tupac wasn't there.
Tupac wasn't there.
No, Tupac was still locked up because they had the cardboard cutout.
Exactly. He's still locked up. But everyone in hip hop was there. Bad Boy's there, Wu-Tang is there, who you guys are beefing with at the time. And Death Row is there. And this was when Suge Knight famously got on stage and said, any artists out there that want to be an artist and stay a star, you don't have to worry about the executive producer trying to be all up in the videos, all on the record, dancing. Come to Death Row, which was a direct shot at Puffy. Everyone started booing in the audience, I remember. Everyone caught what was happening. You guys are actually there. When you heard that on stage, how'd you feel?
I wanted to go out there and fuck Suge up. Like everybody else. That's what I wanted to do. You know, I'm telling you, I grew up as I was a terrorist, right? I was a bad kid. Like, I was go. Like, for the family, I would put my life on the line, right? When that statement was made, there was so much other stuff going on. Like, we had beef with Wu-Tang at the time, right? Everybody was armed to the teeth, right? I'm talking about it was all kinds of weapons, drug dealer, murderers, kidnappers, everybody was armed to the teeth. But one thing is that when he said what he said, everybody who was in that building was from the East Coast. Wu-Tang, everybody. And you know who stopped, who saved their lives that night? Biggie. Biggie was the only person who saved their lives because everybody was ready to tear into these guys that night. The whole building would have had a piece of them that night. And Big was like, no, that's not gonna happen. And that's the only reason. There was no what Puff and them follow up to it was going on stage. No, it was Biggie who stopped it because it was such a out of nowhere, all of this stuff, and then we started to realize that this was about marketing and promotions. We knew that you guys are just actors, you know, so it just, from that point on, it was crazy.
Well, what was the beef between Suge and Puff up to that point? Was there something that led up to that between Suge and Puff?
It's all, I tell people this all the time. If you want to find any kind of what was over between two men, if you dig really deep, you'll find that there's either money involved or women.
You're saying?
90% of the times it's the woman.
Right. Wasn't there like an alleged photo of Suge with Puffy's baby mother and the baby or something?
These are the things that,
you know,
like
saying,
I said,
you know, like the West Coast will take care of what the East Coast can, and you know, things got personal and testy.
See, I come from an era of growing up where there was a thing called bullying. But to us, it was called the dozens, right? Your mama's so fat, your mama's so black, right? And if you competed, you know, it was right to passage, right? So, but how much can you take, right? So when hip hop started, it started from the DJ, right? Battling against another DJ. And the MC was the guy who was hyping up the DJ, right? That's his only job, was to hype up the DJ in the crowd, right? So, but it was a competition. So now you take rapping, MCing, and it's all competitive, right? And with all up in the videos, and yes, Puff was all up in the videos, Jermaine was all up in the videos, but Suge was all up in the videos, right? These guys, once all of the lights, like Kanye and them, like once you get bitten, it's money involved. It's hundreds of millions of dollars. So yes.
Got it. Well, you had mentioned there was literally tons of guns at the Source Awards. And because of that, people were getting stuck up that night.
Yeah, it was a lot of people. It was a domino effect from that night, man. Like Brooklyn is sad because, you know, it's I've seen these moments in my career in being in the streets or whatever, where it is you get this feeling of a darkness comes over the space, right? And you just know that something's gonna happen, and that's the way we were raised, like that intuition, right? So now it was as a result, it was like I said, everybody was vying for the money. You know, so
I heard that Stretch, who died later on, you could trace it back to that night.
yeah, you could, you know, I mean, it's all one story. It's not, you know, everybody's tends, we're only one degree of separation from, and like I said, any story that you pick up is gonna bump into everything that we're talking about. You know, whoever talks about it, they're gonna, like I said, I just brought up Stretch and the Biggie Quad incident, right? So he was a part of Tupac, right? So now it's all of these elements of who done it.
Right. It's a whole
Yeah.
cobweb of
Who did what? And it's like, yo, who's responsible? You know, so it's, you know, we'll get to the bottom of who it is.
Okay, so the Source Awards thing happens, which kind of set a tone between Bad Boy and Death Row.
Yeah.
But Pac was still in jail when this happened. Pac gets out. Well, first he drops California Love, which ends up becoming a huge single. And All Eyes on Me comes out. Huge album. And then Tupac drops Hit 'Em Up, which actually samples a Junior Mafia record of Get Money. When you guys first heard Hit 'Em Up, what'd you think?
Well, you know, in context of that specific story is at the time when Tupac finally did get out of jail and he, you know, whatever happened with Suge and Interscope, he came home, and at that moment in time, Big was the biggest rapper on the planet. Right?
True.
He was huge. I'm talking about he was on fire. He had sold 2 million albums probably at that time. The Mafia was pushing 1 million. Kim was pushing platinum, right? And then we come out. No, Kim's album wasn't even out yet.
It wasn't out yet.
Right. It was, the Mafia was doing amazing. So we had this hit record called Get Money, and we had a remix to it. And, you know, all of a sudden Pac comes home and we're at a video shoot and somebody plays Hit 'Em Up for us. And we all looked at each other like, what the fuck just happened? Because, like I said, that record was hot. It was big. And all of a sudden, because me personally, like I said, I'm ready to go to war. I wanted to shoot a video the next day, make a song the next day, and you know, make one of those videos targeting Suge and Death Row. And Big was like, nah, we're not gonna do anything. We're not gonna even respond.
Well, you said, I think on a DJ Self interview that Big cried like a baby when he heard that record, because the record starts off, listen, there's been diss records in hip hop before. Bridge is Over was a very scathing, you know, diss record. You know, there's been a long, you know, Busy B, Cool D. It goes on and on. But Hit 'Em Up starts off with Pac talking about, I fucked your wife. Which really no one had ever gone that far before.
Yeah.
That's how it starts off. And then from there on in, there's all types of other, you know, things that were said. So it kind of took hip hop, you know, hip hop battling to a new low, I felt. You know what I'm saying? You don't really talk about wives, kids, and so forth, you know. You fast forward 2023, now you're talking about your dead relatives and your kids and whatever, but at that point, that was extremely shocking.
Right.
So that comes out. And what do you think was really the real reason between the beef between Biggie and Pac? Because like you said, Pac called Biggie afterwards to help him get the gun. So they were cool before he went into prison. Now he's out of prison and there's this whole beef thing. What do you think was the real reason behind it?
The real reason was the fact that Biggie was huge. He was huge, and it was all in, like I said, Vlad, Nas, Biggie, and Pac. Those were the top, because Pac, like I said, Pac went to jail, right? He did whatever he did. So now Biggie has staked claim to the king of hip hop, right? I'm the target now. I am the king, right? So now everybody else is like, okay, I got to get back, right? That's what makes 50 so relevant to what he was doing when he took Pac's formula and said, oh, I'm gonna make a hit record and disrespect you on a record, right? That's what rap is. Rap has always been artists battling for the #1 spot. It's all in the part of the game.
Yeah.
Who's #1?
C's said that Big told everyone in the crew, if you make a record, I'm not fucking with you. In terms of a response record to Pac. He said, don't call me, don't fuck with me if you respond to anything. So none of us could do it. And Junior Mafia was ready to respond, Lil Kim was ready to respond, Big was like, nah, we're not doing that. Because C's felt that Big was trying to leave the door open to actually making it right with Tupac, according to C's.
Well, Mafia be like, oh, we got to do it. They about to respond to this shit, my nigga. And Big heard it, and Big was like, he was pissed. And he was like, if anybody do a record responding to that shit, don't bother calling me, don't bother coming around me. I will not fuck with you. They need to do a record to this. Cause you know, Junior Mafia got their own on. They rap, they like, yo, you do that shit, I'm not fucking with you. I just think Big total intentions was like, yeah, he was heated about it, but you know, his thing was, I want to get up with this.
Big and Pac didn't have no beef, man. Like I said, going back to Quad's studio, you know, and the way people turn the story around. You know, I told you that Pac had a beef with Jimmy Henchman, was coming to we didn't invite Pac to the studio. He showed up to the studio. We was on the 6th floor. They were on the 8th floor. It was the 10th floor to the studio. It was just chance that we were all in the same building. Now, all of a sudden, Pac comes home from prison and he takes a shot. See, the problem with it, and I don't care who you are, if somebody takes a shot at one of these rappers today's wife, they're gonna feel a certain way because it's like, if somebody came and told you, yo, I slept with your wife, you're gonna be like, what? What do you mean? Right? So now Faith's looking at that, he loved Faith. He's like, what are you talking about? But what was Big's response to that? If Faith have twins, she probably have 2 Pacs.
Right, yeah. So on Jay-Z's album, Reasonable Doubt, a song called Brooklyn's Finest, which Biggie shows up on, and Biggie had the line, gotta go, Coolio, we just getting too hot. If Faye had twins, she probably have 2 Pacs. Get it? 2 Pacs. So he was playing with it.
He was playing with it. That's what rap was. That's what these guys were great at subliminals or direct, indirect, you know.
So Source of Wars thing happens, that set the tone. Hit 'em Up happens. That really made it clear in terms of the lines that were set. And then at long last, you guys actually run into each other at the Soul Train Awards.
Yes.
You're there.
Yes.
What actually happened when you guys ran into each other?
When we first got to LA, right, because it was beef. We knew we had beef, right? So, rap beef, because we didn't take any of these rappers seriously, right? But I was there to make sure that nobody did anything big, right? So when we land, when Jacob puts together an itinerary, and we're always security first because we're from the streets. This is big. We gotta protect big, right? At all costs, right? We land in LA with our itinerary. Puff meets us at the airport. He says to me, you take everybody else and y'all go to your hotel. Big's gonna go with me. I said, no, Puff. Big's gonna go with me. And you tell me what time Big has to be at the Soul Train Awards, and I'll have him there, right? He argued, fuss, Big knew I'm in charge. So we leave Puff, right? Morning of the Soul Train Awards. We get there, Big's backstage, his shoes is too small. I get in a limo, just go outside randomly, get in someone's limo, and I go searching all in South Central LA looking for a size 13 triple E shoe for Big, right? By the time I get back with these shoes, Big is coming down in the cage, right? And I'm saying, well, what shoes do he got on? And then I realized he got on security shoes and he's on the back heels of it, right? After the show, we're in the audience, right? And all of a sudden, I'm looking around and I see a bunch of Bloods had us surrounded. Bunch of Bloods, right? They were seated all strategically around us. I'm saying, fuck. Yo, y'all know how we moving. We done prep this thing already, how we getting up out of here. So all of a sudden, the show's over. It's time for us to go. We're outside like everybody else waiting for their limos. All of a sudden, I look around. Outside of the gate, it's a bunch of Bloods. Right there outside the gate. I'm saying, fuck. All of a sudden, we see these two Hummers pull into the parking lot. Tupac is in the window, yelling out the window, hanging out the window. Yeah, west side, best side. So everybody go into motion. I do what I do. I step in front of Big, right? Because you gotta kill me before you get to Big, right? You gotta kill all my niggas before you even get to me and Big. Gutter standing there with, he pulls out the gun. Suge's the person you shoot first.
You tell him that?
Yes. So now all of a sudden, Suge starts saying he got a strap. He starts telling him Gutter. I'm looking at Suge like, this nigga's telling you. All of a sudden, he's not the Big Suge Knight anymore, right? Because this is my really first encounter. I'm not taking Tupac serious because I'm saying, these guys are friends. Him and C's are arguing, right? He's like, get out my face, C's. C's like this, but he banging back at Tupac. And I'm saying, and I'm just standing in front of Big like this, right? So all of a sudden, I hear somebody and I hear my brother just calling me. And I turn around. Jacob and them done got Big, everybody in the limo. And I'm standing there just looking at Suge like, I can't believe you just did that. Don Cornelius came outside and said, I don't give a fuck what limo y'all get in. I think we got in like Barry Weiss limo and Teddy Riley's limo, and we found all that shit, and we went right to the airport. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what the plan was. Leave the Source Awards. While we on the Source Award, on our way to the airport, we hear Tupac and Suge on the radio talking about they just ran us out of LA, and we like, no, that was a part of our plan. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I was there, and that's what we did. We got Big home safe. You know, every experience. When we left in those limos, our itinerary, we was getting ready to go do A&T in Greensboro, North Carolina. So we had a 9 o'clock flight booked. We was already booked to leave up out of there. So we made our way to the airport, you know, so we didn't get ran out of LA. You know, everybody changes the story based on their experiences. Like I said, at that moment, we were all just looking at Tupac like, Pac, what is this act? You know, because it's funny because everybody says that, you know, I was around Big, right? I was responsible for this kid. Financially, we was business partners, you know, but I've never met Tupac. I was gonna meet Tupac the night in that studio because we just so happened to be there and he said, yo, Tupac's downstairs. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna meet this kid for the first time, right? Because I've heard about him. Big used to talk about him. You'll wait till you meet Pac. He a good dude, wow, wow. You know, and I'm like, okay, you know, I knew him from Juice and Digital Underground. I'm like, okay, yeah, okay, Pac, you know, so, but it was the sort, that day was the beginning of me really starting to take it serious about LA, right? Because they showed me that they were in control, right? They could have done something to us if they wanted to do it, right? We were outgunned, we were outmanned, but we were, you know, like 300, like we was ready to die to get him out of there. So, you know, but those are the things that, you know, in hindsight, you know.
So that situation happened at the Soul Train Awards, and then Biggie and Puffy did a Vibe article, and there was a cover shoot with Biggie and Puffy on the cover, and Vibe put East versus West on that cover, and that was the first time it was framed that way. I remember when I interviewed Tretch, who was very close to Tupac, he blamed Vibe for the official East versus West beef because it was never that. It was just a couple people were beefing from each other that just happened to be on opposite coasts. But it now ballooned into a whole thing of artists from both sides are now beefing with each other because it's framed this way.
You know what killed Pac and Big? Let's get some real shit right here. So I might not have too much longer because I don't give a fuck. After they died, I died with them. I'm here haunting niggas with the truth. When you got that motherfucking Vibe magazine, right? You see Big and Puff on the cover, East versus West. When I saw that fucking cover, I said, man, what the fuck is going on? Gangsters don't read articles. Niggas on the East Coast like, yo, it's on. Wait till them West Coast niggas come out here. West Coast like, oh, it's on. Wait till them East Coast niggas come out here. So it baited up a whole shit that fucking went down that had just so many cycles of all Biggie followers and riders, all Pac riders, motherfuckers that didn't even know neither one of them, gangster ass motherfuckers. It could have really turned into a motherfucking East Coast, West Coast war.
Well, I mean, that's what, you know, at the time, you know, like I said, it's just too many, you know, coincidences. You know, it's coincidence that, you know, the Vibe did Tupac's interview from prison. It's a coincidence that they painted the first East Coast, West Coast. It's a coincidence that he died at a Vibe party.
Yeah.
You know, so you
a lot of things going on.
Coincidences on Food Street, you'll see all of these things being put together.
Yeah.
You know, it'll make sense.
Well, Biggie is working on his second album, Life After Death. And while he's doing that, Tupac gets killed in Las Vegas. And you know, I've interviewed Keefe D, who was in the car, you know, that essentially shot at Tupac's car. So that story is out there. Biggie was actually in the studio recording the song Nasty Girl when he got the call that Tupac got killed. You weren't in the studio room at the time. But Faith Evans actually talked about it that night. She said that Biggie called her first And she said, I think it's fair to say he was probably afraid, given anything that was going on at the time and all the hype that was put on the so-called beef, that he didn't really have his heart against anyone. She said he was really shook up over that whole situation. And you guys actually had a conversation afterwards.
Yeah, it was, you know, I had you know, I was sleeping and Tupac, I guess he came into a dream that I was having. And I heard some lyrics in that dream, and it was, and I told Big what those lyrics were. And I said, yo, listen to this. I was thinking about Tupac, and I said, you're nobody till somebody kills you. And he was like, I'm using that. And that was his thing. Like, he always challenged me on, that's whack, that's horrible. But if you gave him, and he was like that with his crew, everybody, like, I'm using that, like, that's, but so one day I came to the studio and he was like, yo, play that song for Un. And he played that song for me and it sent chills down my body, like, cause it was so, it fit so perfectly, you know, at the time, but it you know, it was like him, poetic justice, you know, in a sense, you know, where it's like, are imitating life when it came to him. You know, it's like, okay, where do we go from here? You know, and he was distraught, you know, and he was distraught because they never mended. You know, Pac said things that if yeah, you know, we could do it for charity, right? That was his last posture statements when he felt like, okay, I'm back at number one, right? Right before that, when it was West Coast, when he was riding on Nas, Jay, everybody. He rode on everybody, right? So
yeah, Mobb Deep,
he rode on everybody, right? So it was, you know, once he felt that, he started saying what his future plans were. You know, like I said, Suge and him was in the way of what this kid's real heart was. You know, he used it as a tool because he was an artist. He was from a kid, you know, he was raised by revolutionaries in the 70s, 60s, and 70s. So he had that in him, but he was an artist, you know, so he was digital underground, and he was the best at being digital underground, even if it was just him wearing a dashiki.
Right.
In the video.
He was a great actor.
He was a great actor.
He used to be a backup dancer.
He was everything artistic.
Yeah.
Right? So now all of a sudden, nobody is taking you serious because you go from Versace, Yana stole my style, Pocket from Baltimore by way of California. You don't have a Versace Gator style. You emulate the 90s drug dealers because that's what we were. Big didn't even have it. We had it as the drug dealers, right? So, no, you didn't even wear Rolexes, Pac. You started it because you became an actor and you were for a role, right? You became, right? The same way it was easy for you to go to prison, come home and wear khakis, and now you became a representative of those guys, right? The West Coast. So,
yeah. Okay, so Tupac passes away, and a couple months later, Lil' Kim's debut album, Hardcore, comes out under Undies Entertainment. No Time and Crush on You and Not Tonight were the singles. All big hits. The album did well. It went platinum.
Yes.
So now you got a hit. We got another hit under your hands. After Junior Mafia, now Lil' Kim, 2 home runs under Undies Entertainment, which you are partners with on Biggie.
Yes.
Okay, so we fast forward to 1997. Biggie is getting ready to release a second album. They do the Hypnotize video. I guess right around that time, Big was dating Charlie Baltimore, and we'd interviewed little C's about this. I guess Big had taken some pictures with him with some girls in the hotel room. He had asked C's to get rid of the photos. C's forgot to get rid of the photos. Charlie Baltimore finds the photos, loses their shit. Big, huge domestic disturbance. I guess Big stopped talking to C's for a while over that whole situation.
He kept telling me to take this bag out. Like 2-3 days. No, Charlie about to come in. Get that bag out there. Stolen. All right, I'm not going downstairs, take it. We go out, do shit. Bag still up there. Next day, same old shit. And one day I was downstairs, and she must have got there. And I just remember D-Rock banging on my door, like, yo, come on, I need you to come upstairs, help me pack his shit. I'm like, pack his shit for what? He's like, yo, we gotta get out of here, dog. Shit went down upstairs. I'm like, what? He's like, yo, Charlie went in that bag. Her and Big got into it. She threw the nigga ring over the window. She was throwing juices at him. I come in the room, it's wild fucking cranberry juice, all type of shit on the walls. Damn. He like, yo, your man had to rush out. I had to get him up out of here, though. He out here, no shoes on, no nothing, shirtless. What the fuck did I do?
But ultimately, things are still moving ahead in a very positive direction. I mean, everyone's waiting for the second Biggie out. And Biggie was putting together the commission at the time. You were actually supposed to be part of the commission.
Yeah, I was Uncle Paulie in
Right.
the commission.
And Jay was the key member.
Well,
I mean, there's other key members, but I'm saying Big and Jay was sort of the...
No? Puffy, P. Diddy was huge, man. Where you put Jay? Oh, you can't put Jay. At that moment, it was Biggie. Right? Remember there was levels to Pac being here.
Yeah.
Right? And then he did going to jail. And then he come home and Big is here. Right? And then it was Nas.
Yeah.
Right? There was no Jay.
Well, Reasonable Doubt was out by this time.
There's 2 million albums, Biggie.
Right.
Number one
Reasonable
records.
Doubt became a classic kind of later on.
200,000 albums versus 2 million versus what 2 million Pac was doing versus million Nas was doing.
Right. Okay. Well, but the commission was supposed to come together with Biggie and Jay in it. And I guess there was a bit of a discussion about what label is going to come out on. Whether it's going to come out on Rockefeller or
Me and
Adidas.
Dane used to argue over who was going to get the commission out. Right? So now Biggie's plan was Biggie had this thing about breaking artists through music and dropping names and what his creative vision was moving forward. Right? So now he had a plan of breaking Charlie Baltimore, Jay-Z, whatever Un was going to do. He was going to commission really started from More Money, More Problems was a record that Puff played for me at the 112 remix video shoot with Mace. Biggie was helping to break Mace at the time, right? Like he was breaking any artist Puffy had, right? We'll get to that story soon about how difficult Puff was and what Big was helping to break Craig Mack, Faith, Total, Mace. Big was rapping on every single, right? So he was introducing all of these people. Same way he tried to introduce Jay with Brooklyn's Finest. And Irv tells a story about he talked to Jay about why you rapping with Big. Big's huge, right? Everybody argues with me. And I'm not taking, we're gonna get to Jay and his client, but
on the song What's Beef that came out later on, he said the commission, Uncle Paulie, you, P. Diddy, Cesar Leo, DeGeneiro, Charlie Baltimore, Iceberg Slim. Who's Iceberg Slim?
Jay-Z.
Oh, that's Jay-Z. Okay, so he's basically laying out the roster
what the roster of the group is, right? So he started dropping records in the commission. You asked for permission to hit him.
Yeah.
He started name dropping what his vision was. It was so at that moment, like I said, Big was huge.
Well, I remember right around that time, you know, I did an interview with Gene Deal, and he talked about how he had a conversation with Big, and Big showed him a contract for like $62 million, saying that Big was getting ready to leave Bad Boy and get all these other huge deals on the table and so forth.
He said, but I'm about to get this money. So he showed me, I said, you about to get that money? He said, yeah, look at this. It had Charlie Baltimore, Cameron, Little C's, Little Kim, Junior Mafia, Tracy, I don't know, Tracy Murray, Tracy Lee, and the commission. And I think the contract was for so many years for like 62 million, it comes out to like $62 million.
And that's actually true. He had a bunch of deals on the table. Whether or not he was going to leave Bad Boy or not, but he still had a lot of deals on the table.
He had the opportunity to do whatever he wanted to do at that moment in time. He had proven himself. You know, we were having the discussions about what his future plan, what our business plans were moving forward based on the success that we were having. So yeah, it was we were battling the charts. Biggie was battling himself on the charts at that time. Mafia versus Biggie. But it was for the benefits of what we were doing. You know, when I tell people all the time, Big was a great A&R.
Well, then March 9th came around.
Mm-hmm.
Biggie and his crew were in LA.
Mm-hmm.
They decided to go to the Vibe party.
Mm-hmm.
Party got too crowded. And we've done interviews with Gene Deal and C's and everyone else around this. Everyone decides to leave.
Mm-hmm.
A car pulls up and opens fire.
Mm-hmm.
Biggie ends up getting shot.
Mm-hmm.
They take him to the hospital, and he's pronounced dead
Mm-hmm.
at the hospital. When did you get the phone call?
1 second.
I had a conversation with Biggie.
What's going on?
3 hours before he died. The conversation was, don't leave the room. Don't go. Puff's trying to get me to go to this party. Don't leave the room. Get on a plane and go to London in the morning. He promised me that he wouldn't leave the room. I said, well, what are you gonna do? He said, I'm waiting for Heather Hunter and Janet Jackson. At that time, they were the biggest porn stars on the planet. I'm so envious. I'm like, fuck. And me and we just gonna smoke out until it's time for me to leave in the morning. So I say, you know, he like, bro, you know, he hangs up the phone. 3 hours after that conversation, D-Rock called me crying and said Big's dead. And I keep over and over saying, he wasn't supposed to leave the room, bro. You know, and if I had to do it all over and relive it all over, I would probably say the only thing that I would change is I would have got on that plane March 7th and been out there, because he wouldn't have died. Because you'll see that I stood in front of him every time under all those conditions, and I fought. Everybody tells this story about Big and how, you know, I heard we weren't under that kind of pressure. We, you know, it was all good. I've heard all of these statements, but at that moment in time, me and him every single day, it was be safe. Don't go out. Just do the work. Because they talked me out of going. because I wanted to go and I couldn't figure out why. Why? We know what we up against. It's so much that happened during that time. It's it's the world knew Big shouldn't have been in LA. It's somebody dropped the ball.
Yeah, I mean, Gene Deal didn't want him to go out. He actually said in our interview that he got a call from Mecca Audio telling him not to go, and we interviewed Mecca, who confirmed this phone call.
His people told me it was a hit on Biggie, so whatever it was. So now, I was cool with a CO in there, so I get the phone and I made a three-way call, which I wasn't allowed to because I could have lost my phone and got started over in the whole program behind that. But I get on the phone and I call this girl and I tell her to call Gene because I know she was in touch with Gene and I know Gene is reputable, Big Gene, and he gonna get the word out there. So I told, I just called and said, yo, tell him to vest up. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So that he know what time it is. You know what I mean? No whole bunch to say, tell him to vest up. Don't go to Cali, nigga. It's on, They done turned it to another level, So it was only right when I heard something like that for me to let him know as a man, and I jeopardized everything, by making that phone call. But I had to make that phone call. That was my duty. As a man, when I hated the comrades, life could be in danger.
I remember in the interview with C's, we were talking about how when they finally heard the news that Biggie had passed away, it was like, who's gonna tell Big's mom? And D-Rock was the one that volunteered to make that phone call. So in the same way that he called you, he called Biggie's mom, which I'm sure was a much more difficult phone call.
Listen, I had to drive her to the airport that morning and put her on the plane to go to LA to get her son.
What state was she in?
It was horrible, man.
Like, she only had one child. This was her only child.
Only child, and it's unfair that she has no closure to it, and it's unfair about all of the conspiracies of it all, about how, there's nobody to give her comfort in what happened to her son, and she needs clarity. She needs to find out what really transpired, and she did a lot. She's still on their head, and it's weird because what people don't realize is that they did a thorough investigation on Big thus far that they say, but no one's ever asked me anything about Big's
death. You never got questioned. Jacob York, who's here right now in the room, he never got questioned.
Little Kim's never got questioned. But they claim to have done a thorough investigation, and I was Big's business partner. Everybody knows what I was for Big, right? No one asked, was anybody threatening y'all? Did y'all owe anybody money? And I'm sitting here saying, but they said that they were concerned about who killed Big. And at some point, I'm like, well, all of these stories about $60 million, you let the world tell the story. I got $64 million after Big died, right? So when somebody, the FBI, so they say, was investigating, when somebody say, hey, was anything going on? And I'm saying, nobody cared to ask me anything, no magazine at that time, Source, Vibe. The only thing people were concerned about is me and Jay.
Yeah. Okay, and I mean, ultimately, Miss Wallace sued the LAPD. It ended up getting dismissed. I've talked to a lot of people. Like when it comes to...
Yeah, but it only got dismissed based on the LAPD doing their own internal investigation, and that investigation came back to say there wasn't no cops involved. Right. So now, no civil suit. We don't have to pay. It's like, fuck you, prove some shit. Right. You know what I'm saying? But y'all claim, y'all done did movies with Forrest Whitaker and Johnny Depp about the thorough investigation. And at some point, I'm saying, when was we not the people who you should have started with?
Well, when it comes to the Tupac murder, I can confidently say who did it, or who was in the vicinity of where it happened. The Keefe D story, the first Keefe D interview essentially laid out the story and all the pieces fit together, right? Between Keefe D's story, you know, Idi Amin, who was in the car behind him, Chris Carroll, the first responder, everything fits together. We know why Tupac died. It was over the MGM incident and it was retaliation over that. When it comes to Biggie's murder, I am not confident in terms of who did it. I interviewed Mob James, who was, you know, the head of Death Row's street security. You know, he was the one that brought all the Bloods into Death Row. He thinks it was a guy named Poochie, who was a Blood, who was associated with Suge, who was known as a shooter and a killer, who's now dead. When you hear the theory that Poochie was the shooter, what is your take on it?
Right on.
Was Poochie known as a shooter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a hitter for real, for real.
Okay. So doing something like this would not be out of character?
Not at all. Now that he's dead, I mean, everybody can speak on it and whatever now.